guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The US Supreme Court has refused to lift a block on the Biden administration plan to tackle federal student loan debt. The White House is trying to reduce or cancel monthly payments for millions of borrowers based on their income. FSN's Tony Waterman has more.
The Biden administration had filed an emergency request after a federal appeals court blocked the implementation of the program in July. But on Wednesday, the Supreme Court denied that request, leaving the case to play out in the lower courts. This is now the second Biden student loan forgiveness plan to face challenges from conservatives. An earlier version would have impacted 40 million Americans and erased nearly $500 billion in debt.
Meanwhile, the US presidential campaigns are out in swing states this Wednesday. Kamala Harris is embarking on a bus tour in Georgia, while Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance is making stops in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. FSN's Benji High reports.
Less than 69 days until polls close and the campaigns are moving full steam ahead. Vice President Harris hitting the road in Georgia's southern, more conservative rural counties. Home not to her traditional voting base, but a sign that she feels the swing state is very much in play this November. She'll be joined by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's been courting unions in Massachusetts, before they both partake in their first sit-down interview on American network television in a CNN exclusive airing on Thursday night. Former President Trump has Senator J.D. Vance stumping for him on the campaign trail today, hammering home his ticket's messaging on the economy.
Members of the Trump campaign team reportedly got into an altercation with an official at Arlington National Cemetery during the former president's visit there on Monday. It was prompted by the presence of a photographer in an area where American troops who were killed in recent wars are buried, and no photography is allowed. New analysis shows police in the US use force on at least 300,000 people each year, leaving around one-third of them with injuries. Researchers behind the findings, first reported by The Guardian, say use of force remains widespread. That's despite worldwide protests against police brutality following the murder of George Floyd in 2020. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
Research shows police in America kill around 1,200 people each year. That's 3 people a day. The non-profit behind those figures, Mapping Police Violence, has now launched a new database looking at non-fatal incidents involving police force. Because there's no national tracking system, the results are partial. But the non-profit says overall use of force has remained steady since the death of George Floyd in 2020. In many jurisdictions, it's actually increased. Sally Patterson, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, is Russia now waging a war against journalists trying to cover the conflict in Ukraine? The question has arisen after a security expert working for the news agency Reuters was killed over the weekend in the eastern city of Kramatorsk. 2 other members of a 6-member Reuters team were wounded when the hotel in which they were staying came under Russian assault. The Ukrainians say the building may have been deliberately targeted using a Russian short-range missile.
War correspondents in general are a rare breed. They know that they're going into danger whenever they go to work.
Commentator Peter Dickinson is in Kiev.
This is part of a pattern. Russia has been targeting hotels close to the front lines where the media, where the press are known to stay for a long time now. In fact, to the point where it's actually relatively unusual for media to still stay in hotels. I think in this case there was a large group of them, so they probably opted to stay in this particular hotel. It's been such a pattern that most people that I know that actually go to the front these days tend to look for some sort of an apartment to stay in or something because they know that hotels are targeted by the Russians. The Russians, in other words, are hunting for the international media.
Reporters Sans Frontières says at least 12 media workers have been killed in the Ukrainian conflict so far and says the Russian army has been deliberately attacking journalists and their crews to prevent them from reporting in violation of international law. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, the US Supreme Court has refused to lift a block on the Biden administration plan to tackle federal student loan debt. The US presidential campaigns are in swing states with Kamala Harris in Georgia and J.D. Vance in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. A new analysis shows police in the US use force on at least 300,000 people each year, leaving around 1/3 of them with injuries. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, I believe that is my cue. Cue the microphone. Let's get this show on the road. All right, settle in. Got a full 5 hours coming your way as we close out Wednesday. Thursday coming on. We'll turn the page from time zone to time zone. 29th day of August, correct? According to my calculations. Beautiful night, clear skies, 72 degrees. Outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. And realistically, most of the country, it's a pretty good night for trailer trucking. A few lingering showers in southeast Ohio. A few showers and thunderstorms in north central West Virginia tonight. Most of that's been kind of dissipating over the last few hours. The action tonight would be some stronger storms in eastern portions of North Dakota. Yeah, some of those may be rolling into northern portions, northwestern Minnesota during the overnight hours. But I can see the big circulation around a storm system out in western Canada. Now that is swinging around, bringing some rains into northern portions of Montana tonight. That's going to be the culprit for our next pretty significant cool front that's going to be sweeping through the northern tier of the country, ushering in very refreshing temperatures as we head into the Labor Day weekend. We'll break it all down for you here. But first things first, welcome aboard. It is indeed the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Kicking off a brand new day. So we call it traveler's weather. Powerful thunderstorms will be ramping up across the central states as a potent storm advancing across southern Canada will spark rounds of severe weather from the Dakotas to the Ohio Valley. The pattern will be ushering in somewhat cooler, less humid conditions into the plains as well as the Great Lakes, where highs have been in the upper 90s for the last several days. Overnight tonight, Wednesday night, the area at risk will span from southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan into the Dakotas, as I was just describing the circulation well-defined on the radar. The strongest thunderstorms had developed during the latter afternoon. We had still seen some severe thunderstorm warnings over the last couple of hours, not seen any tornado warnings. Overnight tonight into the early hours of Thursday, some of these are going to develop across portions of South Dakota and move into parts of Minnesota. The threat for thunderstorms renews by the afternoon from northeast Minnesota southward all the way through central Kansas. So the map will be filling in as far as the radar is concerned later in the day. Then an active stretch of weather is set to continue across the Midwest in the days leading up to the extended Labor Day weekend. The risk for damaging thunderstorms still in the offing, according to AccuWeather. They're highlighting a moderate risk of storms in this particular region. Some of the population centers of Minneapolis, Des Moines, Iowa. Similar severe hazards will be possible again Thursday to Thursday night. Some flooding, downpours, hail to damaging wind gusts, and cannot rule out an isolated tornado. Some of these storms could produce wind gusts later in the day approaching 85 miles per hour. Wow. As the week continues, yet another day with a risk of severe weather developing further east into the Great Lakes from Friday afternoon to Friday night. Residents from the Chicago suburbs to Indianapolis on eastward to Detroit, that'll be the zone facing the threat of disruptive storms. Of course, that's going to be a big travel day. Impacts maybe on some of the major airport hubs. Chicago is always on that's a bad place to be flying in and out of on a good day, let alone on a severe weather threat day. You're going to be traveling on the interstates, 57, 69, 70, and 75. Could experience some travel slowdowns or delays, especially during the evening commute Friday as the holiday weekend officially begins. While the area likely to be impacted on Friday is a bit smaller than what we'll face later today, Thursday, it does include a handful of higher population centers. This region has already faced some disruptive storms earlier this week. Additional impacts on Friday may double down on those still trying to recover from those earlier storms. There are many that are still without power across parts of Michigan in the wake of thunderstorm activity we saw on Tuesday there. That could pose a heightened risk of additional strong storms on Friday. Into the weekend, pockets of showers and thunderstorms may continue to impact portions of northern Minnesota into northern Michigan. However, a zone of high pressure migrating into the northern plains should bring in mainly dry weather finally from the Dakotas to much of Illinois. So there you go. Coming up, we'll break down more on what they refer to as the refreshing air from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic coast. A shift in the weather pattern in the upcoming week, starting the Labor Day weekend and right on through much of next week. So, again, we'll break that down coming up. First, we get things underway. Philly Dan joins us out of the box. Good morning, drivers from the city of brotherly love. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour. Overnight drive is hammer down. It is 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up, be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. 75 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Another hot day here on the far side of southwest Ohio. Another on the way for our Thursday. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crack open that skull buster. Turn that volume clockwise. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Marianne is indeed in the house. Good morning, Steve, overnight family. Hello to the Dipsy driver, Lily, Darla, and all the fur babies. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Hello, Larry. 63 degrees, Platkill, New York, round number 3 to Schenectady tonight. Shorty, as usual, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 81 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Clear at this time, 76 degrees at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Very good. Hello to Cookie. Hitting the chuck hole yesterday caused my back to go out of whack. Uh-oh. Can't imagine driving for hours at a time, week after week, on these crummy roads out here. Where are our tax dollars going? All right, hang in there, drivers. We're depending on you indeed. Thank you, Cookie. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 80 degrees, Columbus, Nebraska. Just fueled up my overly powerful chrome-plated cow truck. Head north and load at Parks Livestock for a short but extremely fast trip to the corn patch. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Sap Brothers tonight. Good morning, Steve and the crew, truckers. Old Cripshot checking in. Got a good report from the oncologist today. All right, a big thumbs up to that. Good news. Glad to hear that. Yeah, Cripshot's been dealing with some health issues as of late. All right. Kevin says, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Hallie from the California desert. There's Carl Douglas Jr. tonight. Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. 80 degrees in Florence, South Carolina. Everybody have a safe night. Jack says, ready for another great show here in Lexington, Kentucky. 78, a little muggy out there. Hoping to take my daughter fishing after this cold front moves through. Be safe out there, drivers, and thank you all for what you do for our great country. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Sorry, I missed nights. I'll catch up on the weekend, the podcasts. You can't be with us every hour of every night there, Jeffrey. No problem. No need to apologize. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. 80 degrees, clear skies. Off duty for a few days. Everybody have a good weekend. Hello to Timothy. Good morning. Was able to stay awake tonight. You've been snoozing as of late, huh? Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Thursday for me, as I might get my hours of services done. Clear, comfortable 78 degrees at the Memphis International Airport. right now trying to pick up a pallet that was dropped off at the wrong store and relocated to the right store. On my way back after a 4-stop frozen load in Little Rock, Ohio, is that? And please tell the dingbat person, how many Florida Gator freshmen does it take to change a light bulb? Yeah, that's a sophomore course. Good morning, Steve, and happy Thursday. Yes, indeed. Okay. Football season about to get underway. I actually have a story. Braindead, I know you're the big Orange fan, Tennessee Vols. And they're talking about the incredible crowds they're anticipating as they kick things off at, it's a 12:45 game Saturday, right? Going to be a hot one there in Knoxville, Tennessee. Give you more on that coming up here. First off, underway on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What's going on, Knucklebuster? I thought you were supposed to be on vacation.
Oh, I am on vacation. I just carried my camper over to the river and set it all up. I'm on the way back to the house right now. As soon as Tennessee gets off work Friday and the kids get out of school on Friday, we'll just have to drive over and open the door up, turn the lights on, and everybody can take a nice hot shower and get ready for bed, right?
All right, so a little camping on the river for Labor Day.
Oh, yeah, do a little trout fishing and eat some good food and a lot of visitation with each other. And you know what you get when you cross a pig with a graduate from the University of Florida, Steve?
Oh, I hate to ask. What is it?
Nothing, just something the pig won't do, right?
So you're ready for college football? You're ready for the big weekend? You got to have the boob tube out there at the campus so you can watch some football?
Oh, yeah, Tennessee got a hot spot and all that good stuff. We can just turn TV on and settle in and drink some of them Skull Busters, and have a good time watching the ball games, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, since I didn't get to call in last night, I want to talk about that wreck over there in Arkansas real quick, like.
Yes.
And it was a total mess down there on US 70. After they routed everybody off the interstate there was truck drivers just going to bed right there on the shoulder of a 2-lane road, and they really don't have much of a shoulder, so you had to get out at about 5-10 mile an hour to pass another truck, and the trucks on the shoulders of the road, well, they were down in the ditch more than they were anything there. So that if you run out of hours on your ELD, get on personal conveyance going to a safe haven. No available parking right there. Don't just park on the shoulder of the road.
Right.
And it was all of them. Company drivers, owner-operators, lease drivers, it was everybody. I was scared to even drive through there, Steve. And, but anyway, that's all cleaned up. We'll be ready for another one the next time it happens there, right?
Right. So, I mean, do these drivers not understand that there's options? I mean, there's also, that you've got an extra 2 hours you can use here and there when you have unexpected weather or unanticipated circumstances, and that would definitely qualify, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Well, they left it up to the company to determine how much personal conveyance you can use. Our company set it at 2 hours and no more than that. If you go over 2 hours, they really give you a real nasty look and write you dirty letters and talk bad about you there for a while, right? I don't know why they just wanted to park that 2-lane road down there, Steve. The shoulder on it is only wide enough to put your left tire on it. And it was totally unsafe down there, and it was a scary situation. But I'm glad it's all over with there. Can I talk about what I told you about that other driver after I got back to the shop?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I know that Lauren Wheat and Monkey Gouger get a kick out of this. I was in there getting a brake line replaced on my truck that had a pinhole in it, because it still is brake safety week, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the other drivers, I've never seen this driver before, so I'm assuming he was a new driver. He came in and wanted that mechanic to check his oil for him. He said, check your own damn oil. That's part of the pre-trip. He said, what the hell do y'all do back here then? So that mechanic just looked at him like he was stupid and turned around and walked off there, right?
That's good. That's funny.
Yeah, absolutely there. How can you get a CDL and not know how to check the oil in your truck there?
Well, yeah.
Anyway,
I would assume, obviously, he had not been checking his oil or as part of his pre-trip.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to give a big Semper Fi Marine Corps shout-out to Lauren Wheat and Monkey Gouger there, and I hope they have a great Labor Day weekend, everybody. I'll even give one to Horse Feathers, too. So y'all have a great weekend, Steve, and have a great, blessed day, brother.
All right. Yes, you do the same. Good luck with the trout. Hope the fish are biting. Once that cold front comes through, you might have some luck there. All right, let's see. A couple of quick tidbits as we're rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour. Roy forwarded this my way. I had not caught any of this, so thank you very much. A lot of time our listening friends find things that I may miss. Gatlinburg, Tennessee, is the report from WATE, a wildland fire, which started Monday, has led to some road, trail, and campsite closures, as well as aerial support from multiple agencies in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's called the Flint Gap Fire. Now, it was estimated about 10 acres on Tuesday at the noon hour. No structures, they say, threatened at this point in time, according to park officials. The park police shared this past day that they had received a report of a small wildland fire near Hannah Mountain, south of Abrams Creek. The Tennessee National Guard flew over the fire on Tuesday with bucket drops. The National Guard shared that those air crews delivered more than 40 bucket drops, totaling nearly 8,000 gallons. Additional aerial and ground initial attack resources are arriving as we speak and will do so over the next several days. They issued a news release this past afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, saying some of the implements on the way include a Type 3 incident commander, 3 suppression modules, whatever that is, 7 to 10 personnel for each, and 1 Type 3 helicopter. There are some closures, backcountry campsites, campsites 14, 15, 16, Parson Branch Road closed, Rabbit Creek Trail from Abrams Creek to Cades Cove is closed, Hannah Mountain Trail from Parson Branch Road to Little Bottom Road. Cause of the fire, they say, is still under investigation. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation provided a flyover to assist with mapping and monitoring the fire. So that's something keep an eye on and pay attention. There you go. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The US Supreme Court has refused to lift a block on the Biden administration plan to tackle federal student loan debt. The White House is trying to reduce or cancel monthly payments for millions of borrowers based on their income. FSN's Tony Waterman has more.
The Biden administration had filed an emergency request after a federal appeals court blocked the implementation of the program in July. But on Wednesday, the Supreme Court denied that request, leaving the case to play out in the lower courts. This is now the second Biden student loan forgiveness plan to face challenges from conservatives. An earlier version would have impacted 40 million Americans and erased nearly $500 billion in debt.
Meanwhile, the US presidential campaigns are out in swing states this Wednesday. Kamala Harris is embarking on a bus tour in Georgia, while Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance is making stops in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. FSN's Benji Hire reports.
Less than 69 days until polls close and the campaigns are moving full steam ahead. Vice President Harris hitting the road in Georgia's southern, more conservative rural counties. Home not to her traditional voting base, but a sign that she feels the swing state is very much in play this November. She'll be joined by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's been courting unions in Massachusetts, before they both partake in their first sit-down interview on American network television in a CNN exclusive airing on Thursday night. Former President Trump has Senator J.D. Vance stumping for him on the campaign trail today, hammering home his ticket's messaging on the economy.
Members of the Trump campaign team reportedly got into an altercation with an official at Arlington National Cemetery during the former president's visit there on Monday. It was prompted by the presence of a photographer in an area where American troops who were killed in recent wars are buried, and no photography is allowed. New analysis shows police in the US use force on at least 300,000 people each year, leaving around one-third of them with injuries. Researchers behind the findings, first reported by The Guardian, say use of force remains widespread. That's despite worldwide protests against police brutality following the murder of George Floyd in 2020. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
Research shows police in America kill around 1,200 people each year. That's 3 people a day. The non-profit behind those figures, Mapping Police Violence, has now launched a new database looking at non-fatal incidents involving police force. Because there's no national tracking system, the results are partial. But the non-profit says overall use of force has remained steady since the death of George Floyd in 2020. In many jurisdictions, it's actually increased. Sally Patterson, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Okay, around the country, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Ready for your Labor Day weekend? Gonna get out there and fly some of your model planes, maybe? Do some virtual racing? There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Claude, Texas tonight. 77 degrees, a humid night. Had to put another truck in the shop in Toledo. Now I have both my other trucks out of commission. But repairs are better than the huge truck payments. Also put Wildcat's car in the shop, but she can drive the Envoy we use to haul the dogs around. She can go to the lot and get my pickup. I'll be home Friday evening, so it shouldn't be too bad for her. Heat Wave was in the Mile High, so I didn't get to see him, but I did wave at his La Casa. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Howdy from Eskimo Mom. Hello to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Got the usual thing tonight. It's a good night to be trailer trucking so far. Clear 75 degrees. Rolling Interstate 71 in the bluegrass tonight. Well, there he is. Are you with me? Big Ed. Cool weather and football go together. I'm ready for both. The prognosticator of prognosticators will call tomorrow and give you my predictions, a.k.a. his prognostications for the college football season. Hey, I guess you and the Monkey Gouge, you got any friendly wagers on that Boomer Sooner versus Clemson game? Coming up here, Boomer Sooners, as Big Ed. All right, good morning from Shockwave here, just playing chicken feed hauler with my little red Peterbilt in the southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas area. I'll be back on nights for a while and enjoying the show once again. 75 degrees on the north side of Mount Vernon, Missouri. I'll be off the rest of the week playing in my food wagon, serving some good barbecue in the southwest Missouri area. Very good. Enjoy. All right. Glad to have you back with us there for a period of time, Shockwave. Let's see who we got. Russell. Hello, Steve. Hope all's doing well at the Secret Bunkers. 78 clear here, Dayton, Ohio. 3 more days till the Labor Day bash at the Secret Bunker. All you truckers, be careful out there. Be safe. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Steve, there's rumors you're roasting a pig. Everybody have a good night. Yeah, we're going to roast a pig, and then we'll have a watermelon roast. Let's see, Randy checking in from New Tazewell, Tennessee. 74 degrees at this hour. And Senor Heatwave, good morning. You got some of the festivities about to begin in New Mexico. Is that what I'm hearing?
Good morning, Senor. Yes, it is. I'm up here in Wyoming, just cruising along, heading to Salt Lake. It is pitch black out here and 62. So, yeah, tomorrow night is going to be the 100th annual burning of Zorzorba. And you're asking me, what?
What is Zorzorba? Right?
Well, if I could pronounce it right, I would be able to be more confident about it. Zorzorba, 100 years ago, was built up, and it's where the people will write down their concerns, their hopes. Anything that was bad that happened this year, bad luck, bad news, bad whatever, they'll put these messages inside the character, and then at 9:00 at night they will burn Zorzorba, and then all the bad news and the bad juju, so to speak, will be gone. So you have a fresh new year. It's kind of like just burning away the bad stuff.
Yeah.
And a rebirth and a hope for the new stuff to come in that's good. So before the pandemic, they did not have it televised, and the year that they shut the state down, they had to televise it because they weren't allowing people to gather in a park where this thing burns up. And they realized, hey, we've got a new avenue here, so now it's going to be broadcast live. So if anyone is interested in seeing it, they can go online to Facebook at KOAT7 News, and they ought to have a live stream of the festivities. They'll have music, they'll have the dancers, it's just a big old time there. So that happens this Friday.
So I did a quick search, and I guess did you say this is the 100th anniversary, the 100th burning? So that's a big one.
Yes, yeah. So they got that going on, and next month we've got the New Mexico State Fair there in Albuquerque. So it's going to be festivities galore.
Mm-hmm.
And the fairgrounds, the racetrack, not necessarily in the nicest part of town. I just say there's a lot of things crawling around there that's on two legs. But the police do their best to keep it cleaned up. And then, of course, we've got football. Yeah. Well, New Mexico, the Lobos, they played Montana State, FCS, the second tier level of colleges. And they had a pretty good lead, and then they lost it at the end. So as Rob Schneider's character in The Waterboy yelled out, "Oh no, we suck again." Playing Arizona State, and I guess ASU is predicted to win by a score of 45-10. I was like, well, you got a brand new coach and putting in a brand new system for these kids. It's going to take a little bit, but I was really expecting more out of the first game, but that's nothing. Then after that, then the first weekend in October, we got the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta from the 4th to the 12th. So it's going to be a week of, well, we'll have more hot air in Albuquerque than they got in D.C. right now.
That's unusual.
Well, it happens every year. So I'm going to be missing most of that because I'll be in Texas visiting with family. You got the got the high school homecoming, so no better time than that time to go visit family and friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you got Halloween, which is a big deal. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. Then you got Thanksgiving. Then you got my birthday, 1st of December. Then you got Christmas and New Year's and the playoffs and bowl games and Super Bowl.
And the next thing you know, we'll be rolling into Labor Day weekend of 2025.
Yeah, for another party at the Summers compound. Woohoo! But we got to make sure we get this one going off right to begin with. Oh, so anyways, yeah, it's going to be. I look forward to this time of year because right now the Hatch green chilies are getting roasted, so you've got the sounds of the jets burners going on. You got the smell of roasted chilies. You can hear the popping of the skins and of the chilies themselves while they're getting roasted. So it's exciting. It's like Christmas time right now.
Wow.
Except it's Christmas time in New Mexico all year round because at most of these restaurants they always ask you want red or green with that, and that's the red or green chilies. Yeah. So it's all I can say about the roasted green and red chilies is this: wash your hands before going to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all I need to say for both male and female.
Yeah.
You don't want to be burning at either end.
Yeah.
So other than that, that's about it. I just thought I'd call in and chime in and say, hey. So we'll holler at y'all later in another hour.
All right. Hey, thank
night,
you so
Senor.
much. Yeah, that's the 100th year of the burning of, I've never heard of, Zozobra in Santa Fe. I pulled up from the local news outlet there, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Law enforcement and event organizers say they've heightened security for the event this year, which will bring tens of thousands to the capital city for the historic tradition. They're estimating 60,000 people will be there for this Friday event. The event chair said in an interview this past day, attendees should expect tighter rules, including new prohibitions on strollers and wagons, as well as extended security measures this year. We're turning a public park into a performance center. The success of this has to be measured by the fact that everybody goes home safely afterward. Although attendees can no longer bring strollers or wagons into the event as of this year, he did say there will be a free valet service for those items, along with bicycles outside the gate, courtesy of the local group Bike Santa Fe. Strollers and wagons posed tripping hazards at the event in past years, as shown by drone footage reviewed by organizers over the last year. Organizers began banning purses, backpacks, and other types of bags last year, urging attendees to bring only clear plastic bags. Now, people are allowed to bring food into the event. They must transfer any food items to clear plastic bags before entering the park. Water bottles and other drinks are prohibited, but free water and cups are provided inside. Attendees will also be subject to up to 3 different searches, including walking through metal detectors and wands. Best advice is, if you want to get in quickly, the less you have, the better. The event will receive help from a number of law enforcement agencies: City Police, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, Rio Rancho Police, the New Mexico State Police, and officers from the Department of Homeland Security. They've also contracted with private security firms, including International Protective Services, as well as a handful of drone security companies. The drones will be using cameras along with artificial intelligence programs to detect potential threats in and around Fort Mercy Park. Security forces for Zozobra will also have anti-drone capabilities, meaning they can shoot down unauthorized drones that may attempt to fly in the area. Road closures begin Friday morning, with many downtown Santa Fe streets closed off to all vehicular traffic at 5 p.m. All right, they didn't provide details as to how many officers will be assigned, but we will have a large public safety presence to ensure we are prepared for this large event. So the 100th anniversary, that's fascinating. Well, enjoy, be safe, have a good time. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, so we close out a hump day. It is, Friday Eve. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Happy casual Friday Eve. So Heatwave there, he was talking about having the jet dryers out there to warm up and cook the red and green chilies. Now, is there any reports, have you seen any reporting that they don't allow Juan Pablo Montoya to come to the area while they're doing that he's banned from? Have you seen any reports on that with his record of being around jet dryers?
I think it'd be better safe than sorry that he not be there. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, so and I'm glad to hear that Knucklebuster there, he's got a little time off there, so he'll be sleeping in the hills of Tennessee down there for his Labor Day vacation. Then I'm taking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Anyways, so did you get any more information about the Hubble telescope at all last night? Was it one of the callers, or was it an email that you had that was speaking there about the one investor with the spacewalk deal is actually going to be working up to actually possibly going back to the Hubble telescope to work on the gyroscopes? Were you able to check into that anymore to see?
I did indeed, yes, and I came across a story where the guy, it was a caller. What was it? I can't read. Sasquatch, I think it was. And apparently,
there you go.
They had this billionaire guy had made the offer, and apparently NASA kind of shut it down. NASA turned him down, declined his offer.
Really?
Yeah.
Must be they figured the Webb is good enough and they don't need anything else or something. I don't know, but no, I actually know people that worked on the Hubble before it went up, and then it had its issues up there that were fixed and repaired by the crew of the space shuttle,
mm-hmm.
and one of the people I know that had worked on the Hubble to begin with actually worked on the project to make the replacement parts to get it back in operation again. And I hadn't heard that it had fallen into more disrepair there, and so last I heard it was, I think the last report that you had on it there, it was still working pretty good, and in conjunction with the Hubble telescope, or with the Webb, I mean.
Yeah.
So,
well, the report I found says the Hubble is they use the words on its last legs.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad, because that's a lot of piece of history that's up there, and did a lot of work, showing off, what was out in space with the technology we had to do it at the time. So, I guess it'll go on the way of Skylab then, huh?
Well, if something goes amiss, if something goes awry with the James Webb, where they said from the get-go, there is no repairing that. There's no way of ever doing anything to do any repairs. Yeah, at least the Hubble is in a proximity where something could be done. So I don't know what happens if both of them go down.
Yeah, I guess we stopped seeing outer space. Maybe we can't see we can't see V'ger coming back to us.
Right.
I guess that. But I don't know. Not a whole lot other than that going on. Things have been pretty quiet around here. We had some unsettled atmosphere there from the 95-degree day. It was coming down out of Delaware. This a little bit ago, it was still 83 up in Newark, Delaware, and down here in Maryland, it's cooled off to 80, but we're still pretty warm here on the overnight. So Knucklebuster had mentioned the brake inspection week deal here going on. Has anybody seen anything of been inspected? Have you heard of any inspections or anybody getting checked out? Or?
I've not spoke to a soul that said they've noticed anything different or been inspected. Not a one.
Okay. Oh, no. Other than that, I mean, we're just cruising along here on the casual Friday Eve. So I guess that's about what we got going for you. Unless we come up with something throughout the night it's exciting to report to you, but we're just kind of coasting along here at this point, Your Honor. So I guess we'll let you do your due diligence now.
All righty. Have a good morning. Safe travels out there. And yeah, I did. I had pulled up that story. We didn't get a chance to get to it before the end of the program. In regard to the Hubble Space Telescope, I wasn't aware its waning days are upon. Ongoing issues with the aging remaining gyroscopes, they say, which help point it in the right direction and force scientists to limit their scientific operations. Teams preparing for one gyro operations. And while the billionaire space tourist Jared Isaacman, who already circled the Earth inside a SpaceX Crew Dragon, is offered to foot the bill for a Hubble space maintenance mission. The last one took place back in 2009 before the end of the shuttle program. NASA apparently has turned him down. Basically, the agency's worried Isaacman and his collaborators may end up doing more harm than good. After exploring the current commercial capabilities, we're not going to pursue a reboost right now. According to a NASA astrophysicist, while NASA greatly appreciates their efforts, our assessment also raised a number of considerations, including potential risks, such as premature loss of science and some technology challenges. However, the door's not entirely shut just yet, so while the reboost is an option maybe in the future, we believe we need to do some additional work to determine whether the long-term science return will outweigh the short-term science risk, is the way they put it. So thanks, but no thanks. It's another intriguing development in the ever-changing relationship between NASA and the burgeoning private industry, and it's increasingly relying on that, the likes of SpaceX and, of course, the Boeing scenario right now, not looking good there. NASA spent years kind of hemming and hawing over Isaacson's offer to visit the Hubble. Yeah, he's the entrepreneur, the trained fighter jet pilot who was the commander of the first all-civilian mission to space, now awaiting the launch on the next. Yeah, which saw a crew of 4 circle the Earth inside the SpaceX Crew Dragon in September of 2021. He's been calling for a maintenance mission, arguing that the clock is running out on this particular game. So at least at this point, they're saying thanks, but no thanks. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Retsi and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority says this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It has taken 15 years for Liam and Noel Gallagher of Oasis to take their own advice and don't look back in anger. The biggest band in the 90s is reuniting, announcing plans to host a series of concerts in the UK next year that will almost certainly then lead to a world tour. By some estimates, they stand to make around $750,000 following their decision to bury the hatchet.
There's a cultural significance because they do really kind of reflect a lot of the 90s culture.
John Robb is a music journalist behind the Louder Than War website.
The first inkling, I think, for a lot of people was I did this interview with Noel in early June about the Definitely Maybe reissue album that's actually coming out on Friday. And his attitude to Liam was much more mellow than it'd been for like years and years. Talk about being a great singer, really great front man. And there's a positive warmth that was coming off him. When the interview got released last Thursday, people go, "Oh, that's interesting. This sounds like something is going on," but the machinery was already grinding, and there was a reformation process already happening.
There are no plans for Oasis to make any new music, but when tickets go on sale for those concerts, they are expected to be gone within seconds. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Sudan is being hit by devastating floods which have destroyed hundreds of thousands of houses, while Typhoon Shanshan is hitting West Japan, bringing strong winds and deluges and cutting power to 250,000 households. And a report by a new think tank says that student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Here we go, Friday Eve. Round number 2. Big Ed, are you talking smack already? Ask him about the Oklahoma-Clemson game. He said Clemson plays in the second-tier conference. That's not relevant. ACC. If they play, it'll be in the playoff. LOL, monkey gouger. Huh. Okay. Well, happy birthday to John. He says, it's my birthday today, 35. All right. 3-5. Enjoy that. Happy birthday. Buckeye boy, pleased the Braves swept the Twins. All right, guess they had a doubleheader. Okay. Oh, no, maybe not a doubleheader. I guess a 3-game series. It's a sweep? All right. Are the Braves still in the mix? Hello to Roki, August 29. On this date in 2005, at 6:10 a.m., Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Louisiana. We all remember that. Wow, so next year it'll be the 20th anniversary. How about that? Yeah, the lives that were lost, the flooding that occurred in New Orleans, what a mess it was. And a real-life John Wayne, Lieutenant General Russell Honore, was sent to take charge of New Orleans recovery. He came off the doggone chopper, started cussing, and people started moving, according to the mayor, okay? Hurricane Katrina. Well, today is, we're rolling into the 29th day of August. That is a Thursday, and according to the AAA and the travel prognosticators, today actually kicks off the official Labor Day weekend. The holiday analysis period consists of today, Thursday before Labor Day, continuing to the Wednesday after Labor Day. And trucking comes into play. Cargo theft. We've talked a lot about that. We just, matter of fact, last evening we were discussing cargo theft. This past day, CargoNet is issuing a critical advisory to the logistics industry regarding the increased risk of criminal theft during the upcoming holiday weekend. According to the media release, in a comprehensive analysis of supply chain risk events over the past 5 years, CargoNet has identified concerning patterns that demand immediate attention from industry professionals. They examined 179 incidents occurring between the Thursday before Labor Day and the Wednesday after, as I just mentioned, revealing a landscape of heightened vulnerability for cargo during this holiday period. The data paints a clear picture, the company said. Theft incidents peak on the Friday preceding Labor Day. This trend suggests that loaded conveyances left unattended as workers begin their holiday weekend become the prime targets for opportunistic thieves. The risk is further compounded then by the fact that many of these thefts may go unnoticed until business resumes after the holiday. According to the release, CargoNet's findings indicate that theft activity hit record levels in 2022 and maintained this elevated state through 23. Geographically, the states of California, Texas, and Florida emerging as hotspots for criminal activity. Drilling down to the county level, San Bernardino and Los Angeles in California. Dallas, Texas, and Cook, Illinois were identified as the most frequent targeted areas. This information is crucial for logistics companies operating in or through these regions to enhance their security measures accordingly. High-value electronics, televisions and displays, major appliances, computers and computer parts, vehicle maintenance products like motor oils, topping the list of most sought-after items. Warehouses, truck stops, and large retail parking lots, rather than truck yards, were found to be the most common sites for these thefts. Despite the rising sophistication of cargo theft operations, their data shows that traditional cargo or conveyance thefts still outnumber complex fraud schemes, even last year. Now, they cautioned the industry that cargo thieves are increasingly savvy and well aware that the extended holiday closures work to their advantage. You are strongly urged to remain vigilant and implement enhanced security protocols during this Labor Day holiday week. They highlighted some noteworthy previous Labor Day thefts. $1,088,000 in seafood stolen from Sioux City, Iowa. $800,000 in footwear stolen in Memphis, Tennessee. $713,000 in apparel and accessories stolen from Eastvale, California. $500,000 in air purification machines stolen from North Las Vegas, Nevada. $439,000 plus in hair dryers stolen from Ontario, Canada. All these occurring on Labor Day holiday weekends in recent years. All right, so I guess prepare, right? Eagle joins us this Thursday morning. What's happening, Eagle? Ready to get home for a couple days here for the Labor Day?
Yeah, I'll be rolling back to Texas. I told you, I still stay in Florida, but I'm going to spend the holiday in Texas with some friends. So, I should be back in Texas by Friday, Steve. Hopefully Friday night, Friday afternoon. If traffic ain't too long, there's going to be a lot of people hitting the road. So, I'm trying to make my way back. I'm over here in South Carolina right now, so hopefully I can get back to Texas before Saturday. I'll definitely be back. I want to watch the college football game, big game coming on Saturday. I don't know why they got it coming on so early in the morning. It started 11. Georgia play Clemson University, so that's a big game with Georgia Bulldogs and Clemson early in the season. It started at 11 o'clock in the morning. That should be a 7 or 8 o'clock game on Saturday. I don't know why they got it early, but they're putting in so I can watch that. It should be a good ball game, and then we got the NFL coming up next Thursday. NFL season kickoff with Baltimore and Kansas City. That's going to be a good. That's two of the best teams in football. It's going to be a good game to watch, so I'll definitely be tuning in to that. Steve, man, we got some more things. I mean, it seems like every day. That's one thing about this election season, man. It's material to talk about. It's like one big soap opera. I don't know if you heard the latest news today as I was driving. I heard some more news. Before I get to J.D. Vance, let me talk about J.D. Vance right quick before I get to the news about Kennedy. You know something, Steve? I think that somebody associated with J.D. Vance or somebody in the White House or maybe J.D. himself listens to your show, because I could have swore some of the things, because J.D. Vance, guess what he was talking about today when he was in Erie, Pennsylvania, talking about truck drivers, and why Kamala's her and the Biden administration trying to put truck drivers out of business, and they're doing a very good job of that by shutting down the freight. But he said one thing that I said the other night, and he's catching a lot of heat from saying it today. And I could have swore those words came out of my mouth when I said to hell with Kamala Harris. Well, guess what? Guess what J.D. Vance said today? He said the same thing.
Yeah.
When they was talking about, can you believe that these people had a nerve, Steve? This is how low Kamala Harris and her people are, by saying that Donald Trump had no business being at Arlington, Virginia the other day, that he wasn't invited. He was invited. They said that some of his people tried to pick a fight or a confrontation with somebody at the Arlington Memorial, and that Donald Trump just went there for a photo op so he could get a photograph with the 13 families. That wasn't Donald Trump went there because he cares about the military. Kamala Harris has nothing to say about nothing. If she cared that much, she would have been there. If Biden cared, he would have been there. It pisses me off when I hear people talk like that, Steve, when they didn't even have the guts to show up, but then they want to criticize Donald Trump. And yes, J.D. Vance said it, and I'm going to say it again tonight. The hell with Kamala Harris and the hell with the Democrats. So if you hear me tonight, J.D. Vance, I appreciate you saying what you said, my man. Now, let's move on to this other situation, Steve. This is what really appalls me the most, is what I heard about Kennedy situation. Did you know, Steve, that the Democrats are so low down and dirty to show you how these people treat that Kennedy said that he was dropping out of the race. He was putting his endorsement with Donald Trump. Did you hear that there's three states that have him listed on the damn ballot as an independent because they're dependent on him to take votes away from Donald Trump? They won't allow Kennedy to take his name off the ballot. Have you heard about that?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, there are some of these Democrat states refusing to take his name off because they're hoping people will be ignorant enough to not realize he's not even running and cast a ballot for him and not Trump.
That's as low as you can go, Steve. So if anybody thinks that the Democrats are not going to cheat this election season, there's your answer right there. How the hell can you keep a man? How can you keep a man's name on the ballot after the man said that he didn't want to, that he was dropping out of the race, that he wasn't involved? Plus, he said he wanted his name off the ballot, and yet they're still keeping his name on there. That ought to be there ought to be something in the law against that, Steve, for these Democratic states to do that. Because what they're hoping for is, like you said, the idiots will go out and vote for Kennedy, which will hopefully, as they think, will take votes away from Donald Trump. It's these guys are as slimy as you can get. and then when it goes, when you get back to good old Jack Smith, Steve, this guy here is trying to rework the paperwork, trying to rework all the different rules and regulations. He's still trying to bring this bogus case on Donald Trump, but he's too stupid to realize, I forgot what it is. Is it 90 days or 60 days before the election, you cannot bring charges against the guy because all it is an election of interference. That's exactly what it is, and what Sean Hannity and all the other top people said. Jack Smith cannot try to bring in another bogus case against Donald Trump less than 60 or 70 days before the election. This guy is the lowest of the lowest scumbag, Steve. This Jack Smith guy, he's an embarrassment to it, not only to himself, but the United States of America. And then, last but not least, good old Joe Biden. Good old Joe Biden again, Steve. I'm just so sick of talking about this guy. He ought to just, like I said, like I told you weeks ago, if he don't want the job or he can't do the job, he ought to go ahead and turn in his paperwork and say, hey, I can't get the job done. Get somebody else to do it for the remaining 5 or 6 months of his rule, because we know Kamala can't do it. Give it to somebody who can, Speaker of the House, Johnson or whoever, somebody else who can run this country, who can actually try to see what's happening in the world. See, the world is on fire, like Trump said. Hopefully, we can make it another 6 months without having World War III, because we're damn near at it right now. If Donald Trump don't get in, we will be at World War III, just like he said about Kamala Harris, because I promise you, she's not going to do a damn thing about World War III. Because, they got a couple of videos on TikTok right now, Steve, with people asking the same question that you asked, and I've been asking. Kamala say she can do all these different deals. She can build a border wall. She can make the economy great. She can do this. She can do that. Well, I guess what, Kamala? You in the White House right now, my friend. Why can't you do it now? Why you got to wait until you get elected president? Because she's not going to do it, Steve. And by the way, one last thing, Steve. For anybody that's interested, I don't know what state it was in, but I heard that, I think it's in California, that the Kamala and her people are giving these immigrants, I forgot what it is, like over $100,000 house interest-free payments on homes. These are people that don't even speak the language, illegally in the country, and they're giving these people loans to buy a brand new home, and they won't even let them. You got homeless military vets and all kind of veterans living on the streets of California, and they're gonna give a interest-free loan to a man that doesn't even speak the language, and they crossed into the U.S. illegally.
Yep.
That's your future president, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle on a roll this Thursday, and it's 21 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, meanwhile, other news you may need. Wildfires out west. In the state of Washington, wildfire has closed eastbound Interstate 90 at the interchange with State Route 21, as well as Route 21 from I-90 south to France Road indefinitely. The Washington DOT initially closed State Route 21 between Schrag Road and France Road before extending the closure to include I-90 because of safety concerns due to the ongoing situation with the fire. There are not signaled detours at this time. Marty Ellis, who is the driver of OOIDA's Spirit of the American Tucker tour truck, was recently in Washington state as those wildfires continue to affect portions of the state. They had previously announced the closure of North Cascades Highway near Stetson, Washington, for different active large wildfires. Right now, there are 8 active large wildfires in the state of Washington. At this point in time, wildfire emergencies remain in place through September the 15th. 2 separate orders granting relief for carriers and commercial motor vehicles remain in effect. IFTA and IRP requirements, as well as 3-day trip and special fuel permit requirements, are waived under one of those emergencies to ensure essential emergency relief supplies, equipment, and services. That applies to commercial motor vehicles based outside of the state that are properly registered and entering Washington state for the specific purpose of responding to the emergency. In addition, fuel haulers delivering essentials supplied to firefighting efforts statewide are also relieved from the hours of service requirements. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up here on a Thursday. Yeah, this is rather interesting. As more and more states are legalizing recreational marijuana, which still, at this point in time, remains an illegal drug at the federal level. But for those who purchase, if you're filling out your forms to purchase a firearm, the scenario that got Hunter Biden in trouble is he was abusing drugs. We know methamphetamine, cocaine. At the time that he checked the box that he was not using drugs. You know, what about those who use marijuana? either on occasion or could be on a regular basis. That is the question. Are you considered a drug user? A U.S. appeals court this past day ruled that a pot-smoking gun owner, well, at least in the state of Texas, cannot be prosecuted for violating a federal ban on users of illegal drugs owning firearms, saying it is unconstitutional to disarm her based on her past drug habits. The New Orleans-based 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals said the prosecution had violated Paola Conley's right to keep and bear arms under the Constitution's Second Amendment, citing a landmark 2022 Supreme Court ruling that expanded gun rights. Marijuana user or not, Paola is a member of our political community, thus has a presumptive right to bear arms, says the judge. Judge Engelhardt said that while the government may be allowed to bar someone currently under the influence of drugs from having weapons, there's no historical justification for disarming a sober citizen not presently under an impairing influence. Now, that partly upheld a judge's decision to toss on Second Amendment grounds all the charges she faced. The panel reviewed a separate charge that she violated a ban on transferring firearms to someone using illegal drugs. We've got to pause there. We'll pick up with more on that, though. Just a rather interesting precedent-setting cases.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Retsi and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority states this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
Quickly back to this could be a precedent-setting case involving a woman in Texas. We left off that this partly upheld a judge's decision to toss, based on Second Amendment grounds, all the charges she faced. The Department of Justice and Conley's attorney did not respond to request for comment. She was indicted after El Paso police officers responded in December of 2021 to a report of shots fired at her home after a conflict arose between her husband and their neighbor. Upon arrival, officers found Conley's husband standing at the neighbor's door firing a shotgun. Following his arrest, officers spoke with Conley, who indicated she sometimes smoked marijuana. Search of the home found drug paraphernalia and several guns, including some that she owned. In upholding the dismissal of the gun possession charge against Conley, the judge cited a 2022 ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court's 6-3 conservative majority that established a new test for assessing whether modern firearm restrictions comply with the Second Amendment. This was the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. It requires gun regulations to be consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearm regulations. Many laws have been declared invalid following that decision. Engelhardt said that until the 19th century, little regulations of drugs existed, while some laws dating to the country's founding barred carrying weapons while under the influence of alcohol. None barred gun possession by regular drinkers. Very interesting. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to Major League Baseball. If I get an opportunity, and the game's on when you're out to dinner or whatever, of course I enjoy watching the game. Occasionally try to get down to a Reds game from time to time. apparently, for those who do follow baseball, how bad are those Chicago White Sox this year? I came across they call it a meme there on Facebook a bit ago, and I thought that's got to be a joke. Something about the White Sox became the fastest team to lose 100 games in a season since 1916. I said, they had played 131 games and they had lost 100 already. So I pulled up MLB.com, and that was not a joke. And they've actually lost 3 more consecutively since then. The Chicago White Sox record this season, 31 wins and 103 losses. I've got to ask, when the White Sox does anyone even in Chicago, the stands have to be empty. Would anyone pay to see the White Sox playing right now? How bad is bad? Wow. Okay. Well, congratulations. White Sox are in the record books here in 2024. I guess the only wagering going on as far as the White Sox right now is how high will that loss total be by the end of the season? 45 games back from first place. 45 games back. Current record, 1 win in the last 10 games, 6 in a row lost. Wow. Love those White Sox. It's 844-844-3388. Not seeing a name on the line here. Who we got on board?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bao. I'm immigrant from Vietnam, and I have question about baseball.
Okay, a question about baseball. Okay. I'm not sure who exactly that was. Definitely wasn't a question about baseball. She didn't have time to call about that. Okay, so let's see what Charlie has going on this morning.
Good morning, Steve. I got the right wing dot on with me again this evening. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, our navigational skills of the blind man seem to get a little screwed up. Somehow, some way, we're at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I mean, this place has got a big tall fence around it. These guys wearing suits, sunglasses, even at night, and carrying big guns. I mean, great big guns. Man, I tell you what, it's been a rough day. Me and Wright both got a BCS, didn't we, Wright? I mean, that was rough, wasn't it?
And it wasn't fun. No.
No!
I'm surprised the dogs weren't let in. Boy, that hurt. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was rough. Did you get any of them lumps come down from them bobbies over there in London? They got you. Boy.
Yeah, I'm down to about 2 or 3 lumps right now.
Oh.
A bunch of upset bobbies, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I yelled for police, but no one showed up. Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah.
You got a tip of Preparation H I can borrow? Oh, my.
Well, I got another bottle of this cough syrup, so that'll help you feel like it. Steve, we've come to the determination we're not going to let the blind man drive anymore. Yeah, he says he can't drive. He never had a license. Imagine that. I mean, the man almost had 3 wrecks on the way down here. We'll find your place eventually. If I can get right sober up long enough, we might be able to get some navigation.
Oh boy,
we're gonna have to get out of here.
Take your time. Just take your time. There's no rush whatsoever. All right. What do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. It's Thursday, so I anticipate we should hear from Philip at some point this morning from Florida. He had mentioned we've been kind of waiting for the launch, the crewed launch for this first ever spacewalk from civilian astronauts. And he did mention last evening that they had scrubbed that. It's going to be at least, Friday of this week before they're going to attempt that. They may not now be able to do that because they launched I guess this was a Starlink mission Wednesday night. He got to see that launch, he said. But apparently there was an issue with the returning of the rocket, a failed attempt to land during that routine Starlink mission. And the FAA has grounded SpaceX once again. The Falcon 9 successfully launched that batch of Starlink internet satellites into orbit early this past morning, Wednesday morning. The rocket's reusable first-stage booster returning to Earth, attempting to land on the barge, as usual, but toppled into the ocean after a fiery touchdown. According to the SpaceX live stream, that incident involved the failure of the Falcon 9 booster rocket while landing on the drone ship. No public inquiries or public property damage reported, according to the FAA. But indeed, they have an investigation. So grounding of Falcon 9, of course, that much of the West relies on to put satellites and humans in space, they're pretty rare. They were last grounded in July for the first time since 2016 after that second stage failure in space that doomed that batch of Starlink satellites. Although no satellites or people were endangered during Wednesday's flight, the landing failure indicated something in the rocket went wrong that the FAA tends to believe could pose a greater risk in future missions, if not thoroughly investigated. So this very well could delay it's the Polaris Dawn mission we've been following for days, with the 4 private astronauts that are set to attempt the first private spacewalk. It's been expected to launch all this week, but of course delayed by the launch pad hitch, then delayed over the bad weather conditions. After the July grounding, SpaceX returned Falcon 9 to flight 15 days later, after they granted the request for an expedited return to flight. Now, Falcon 9 is also due to launch 2 astronauts coming up in late September on that Crew Dragon spacecraft that will ultimately bring home next year the 2 astronauts that are stuck at the International Space Station that can't get back on the Starliner. NASA regulates Falcon 9 for its own missions. It's not immediately clear how the rocket's latest grounding might affect the NASA mission. SpaceX has built a sizable fleet of reusable Falcon 9 boosters since they first launched back in 2010. That's allowed them to vastly outpace all of their rivals in the frequency of launches. The individual booster that failed on Wednesday was actually on its 23rd flight, according to SpaceX. After a successful ascent, Falcon 9's first stage booster tipped over following touchdown on the A Shortfall of Gravitas drone ship. That's the ship the booster was supposed to land on. Another Starlink mission was poised for launch shortly after Wednesday's flight. From Southern California, they called that mission off after the landing failure. The FAA regulates private rockets and launch site safety to the extent that they might impact the safety of the uninvolved public. All right, so they'll be examining what transpired there, but all right, it is 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, let's move over to some other industry headlines. In the trucking community, you're all familiar with the Unified Registration System. It's being replaced with a new online system called the FMCSA Registration System. Wednesday, this past day, the FMCSA published an information collection request regarding the new system. The notice also discusses some details of the new program that's aimed at combating fraudulent activity and theft in the trucking industry. As part of the new FRS, the FMCSA plans to verify individuals' identities by establishing a secure, reliable process that utilizes an identify proofing solution. This will improve the overall resilience of our digital ecosystems, promote user confidence, and ensure that only verified entities register with the FMCSA and gain access to the data. Earlier this year, they outlined some of the steps they were looking at to prevent fraud. Fraud and freight theft are at all-time highs in trucking. The FMCSA's Ken Riddle was speaking at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville earlier this year, stating that every corner of the industry is experiencing fraud right now, whether it be on the carrier side, the broker side. We've been asked, what can you do, FMCSA? They've already suspended online PIN request. They're requiring multi-factor authentication. They verified the principal place of business when it doesn't appear to conform to regulatory requirements. Required driver's license checks for paper application submissions. And they've launched a registration fraud team. One of the next steps, they say, is focused on verification of the individual's identity and the legitimacy of the business. To complete the verification process, an applicant must, number one, transmit a photo of a valid state-issued driver's license or other acceptable form of identification, and number two, use their personal mobile device for facial recognition verification. The contracted vendor will validate the customer's form of identification, confirm the identity, and compare the results with the data in their existing databases. Consumers or customers who are unwilling or unable to verify their identity using digital means may go in person to one of the sanctioned support centers and undergo the process of identity verification with the assistance of an agent. Now, they say the FMCSA will begin identity proofing, verifying the identity of all new applicants, as well as the approximately 800,000 existing registrants within a designated time frame. Later, that they said they'll initiate a process for verifying the business which is being registered by the individual. It sounds pretty complicated, but okay, that's where you stand on that front. All the push for green energy. Joe got another major setback, according to the announcement from General Motors this past day. The administration's attempt to thrust electric vehicles on all of us. And this is happening all too regularly. Another major setback. The Wall Street Journal reporting this past day that General Motors plans to build a battery plant in Indiana have been pushed back by about another year. The scheduled building for 2026 with the partner Samsung SDI will now not begin production until 2027. With the plant's location in New Carlisle costing $3.5 billion. This is not the only time GM has revised their manufacturing projections. They also reported their announcement in July of delaying a new Buick electric vehicle and a new electric vehicle truck factory. This has fallen in line with all the other manufacturers. Ford, we touched on Ford earlier this week. GM also reversed course on their intent to have enough factories to make 1 million electric vehicles next year. Why build them if nobody's going to buy them? The Indiana business announced GM and the Samsung SDI plans in June of last year. When they became official, the announcement came news of 1,700 new jobs in the area. The Indiana governor expressing his optimism. Further proof that Indiana's turned it up and shifted into high gear when it comes to helping create the future of mobility and more customer options on the open road. All right, when that news became official, Joe Biden actually engaged in the typical electric vehicle rhetoric, stating our work to build a clean energy economy is unleashing record private sector manufacturing investment, driving companies to shore up our supply chains here at home, lowering energy costs for working families. Now the delay reminds manufacturers of the massive problem in putting billions into electric vehicles that the consumers don't want. Despite the president and the EPA's standards from March, which would require 70% of new car purchases be electric or hybrid by 2032, We are not giving up our reliance on gas-powered vehicles. While it may be tempting to turn to an EV with the possible rising fuel cost in mind, the reality is studies show it's more costly to own an electric vehicle than a gas-powered car. Consumer Reports, November of last year, found electric vehicles from the 3 previous model years had 79% more problems than gas-powered vehicles. That same survey said hybrids were less problematic. Tuesday's news kind of aligns with how consumers feel about EVs. This is a top-down initiative that working people did not ask for. We need reliable vehicles to get to work and take care of our families, and we all realize they are gas-powered. Experience shows it, and by consumer demand, that obviously reflects that. Back after a news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Red Sea and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority says this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It has taken 15 years for Liam and Noel Gallagher of Oasis to take their own advice and don't look back in anger. The biggest band in the 90s is reuniting, announcing plans to host a series of concerts in the UK next year that will almost certainly then lead to a world tour. By some estimates, they stand to make around $750,000 following their decision to bury the hatchet.
There's a cultural significance because they do really kind of reflect a lot of the 90s culture.
John Robb is a music journalist behind the Louder Than War website.
The first inkling, I think, for a lot of people was I did this interview in Noel in early June about the Definitely Maybe reissue album that's actually coming out on Friday. And his attitude to Liam was much more mellow than it'd been for like years and years. Talk about being a great singer, really great front man. And there's a positive warmth that was coming off him. When the interview got released last Thursday, people go, "Oh, that's interesting. This sounds like something is going on," but the machinery was already grinding, and there was a reformation process already happening.
There are no plans for Oasis to make any new music, but when tickets go on sale for those concerts, they are expected to be gone within seconds. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Sudan is being hit by devastating floods which have destroyed hundreds of thousands of houses, while Typhoon Shanshan is hitting West Japan, bringing strong winds and deluges and cutting power to 250,000 households. And a report by a new think tank says that student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us as we roll into a new day through the late night, early morning hours. Yes, indeed, rolling toward Labor Day weekend. Millions will be heading to the highways and the airports. It's going to be a busy, busy Friday for sure. And weather, Mother Nature may play a role in interrupting some of those travels, but folks from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic, we're going to see a shift in the weather pattern. A cool down on the horizon with incoming high temperatures that are going to be more comparable to late September. Now, we've been dealing with this late August burst of heat across the plains in the east since the start of last weekend. We've seen a lot of 90s, lower 100s from the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic. Get ready, those will soon drop closer to the 70s. That dome of high pressure that's been anchored over the plains in the east, helping to cause the building warmth, that begins to break down over the Labor Day weekend and the future days as rounds of storms move across the central and eastern USA. Now, while some across the Midwest begin to feel relief from the heat by late this week, the primary push of cooler conditions arrives between the early and middle portions of next week as a drier, cooler air mass moves southward out of the central portions of Canada. Lower humidity will expand from the Dakotas to the northeast coast. Yeah, of course, that's Labor Day weekend signals pretty much this may be the end of the summer swimming season in many areas, including here in the Ohio Valley. It's pretty much right on cue. Once you start hitting those nights in the 40s and 50s and highs only in the 70s, it's pretty much the end of swimming season. Across much of the Midwest and Great Lakes, comfortable conditions expected as we start the Labor Day weekend. Temperatures from the low to middle 80s, but the more noticeably cooler conditions holding off till Sunday into the start of next week. You're not going to get out of the upper 60s into the 70s. Temperatures later this weekend into next week expected to be 3 to 6 degrees below historical averages for the start of September. Of course, for some, as school kicks off, students may appreciate the more comfortable weather after returning from the extended Labor Day weekend, especially for those maybe living in dorms that don't have adequate air conditioning. College football games across the Ohio Valley and Northeast this weekend, such as the in-state rival matchup of the Akron Zips and the Ohio State Buckeyes Saturday, may still be relatively warm and humid before the cool down reaches into the eastern states. Likewise, fans attending the Illinois State Redbirds and Iowa Hawkeyes matchup midday Saturday. You'll see highs in the middle 80s, plenty of sunshine. That's still a bit above average for late August, but it's an improvement from what we had seen here earlier this week, the middle to upper 90s. Further east, daily highs across Pittsburgh, D.C., New York City will be trending into the 70s next week, comparable to late September temperatures. By next week, many locations will see a temperature drop 15, 20 degrees lower than we were looking at earlier this week. It's kind of like fall's knocking on the door. It's been a while since we've said hello to the Getaway Man. How you been?
Hey, Steve, long time no here. I've been out here listening. Well, I'd like to call in a lot more often, but sometimes I'm just having so much fun, kick back, relax, driving at night and listening to everybody else make their comments. So I just kick back and let them say their piece, and I just enjoy the show.
Oh, that's...
Anyhow.
Appreciate you listening.
Yeah, like I said, I've been listening all along. Hey, well, what I called about, and I got cut off on your little answering service there, wanted to make a couple of comments, and wanted to expound upon something Eagle said. Eagle was absolutely right. I gathered a few facts about that story, and I'd like to share them with the audience. But before we get to that, I wanted to talk about who's the driver. I know his voice, and I know his handle, and I've heard it 100 times. He called in a while ago. He was talking about that big powwow or party they're going to have over there in New Mexico, El Zorba or something like that.
Yeah, heat wave.
Heat wave, that's right. Good Lord. Anyhow, he was talking about what they, about everybody puts their gripes, complaints, and anything that's bad or wrong and shoves it into a dummy and they set it on fire. Well, I'll tell you, something's burning, and I don't know if it's El Zorba or any of that. I think you call that caca. Superstitious caca. That's what I think. But I'm not gonna cuss anybody's traditions. Let them go out and have a glass.
Right.
In the meantime, what I called about, because I found out about this back on Monday or Tuesday, and I'd been meaning to call in about it. And Eagle called in, and he was talking about. Sure enough, he's right. It's the state of California. And you guessed it, yours truly, the nitwit known as Gruesome Newsom, is going to make available to border jumpers, wetbacks, and other illegal aliens loans, interest-free loans up to $150,000.
Correct.
For these people to buy houses, not legal immigrants who came here who busting their hump like the rest of us regular Americans, working a job or two jobs or 70 hours a week like us truck drivers or whatnot. No, this nitwit's going to hand out $150,000 interest-free loans to border jumpers and other wetbacks. Like I said, not even veterans like your, combat veterans like your son. None of them. He's going to make this available to border jumpers. And let's see, what else? I was out in California when I heard it. I couldn't believe it. And they're putting the final touches on getting it passed. And here's the thing, okay? $150,000. Now that sounds like a lot, right?
Yeah, not in California, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's the rest of the story. Turns out the average price in California for a new house, the average price of any house in California is $904,000, average median price. Take away all the multi-million-dollar pads you got in the Gay Bay or in the western Los Angeles area, Malibu, Bel Air, and all the other princely neighborhoods. And the average price, take away all that, and the average price of a house in California is still $750,000. Now, give them their $150,000 interest-free loan. That brings that down to $600,000. Yeah. And then the average price comes down to $750,000, and that's going to bring it down to, with the loan, $600,000. But now they're going to have a double mortgage because they've got to still pay. That's a loan. They're going to pay that back, and plus the other $600,000 they're going to have to borrow. Now we're talking about a bunch of people who came here, all right, with absolutely terrible educations, if any education whatsoever. Some got almost no job skills, look like hell and smell like ghosts. Where are these people going to go out and get jobs, even if they say they're in their mid-20s? Where are these people going to go out and get jobs that are going to pay the kind of money they need just to pay back the $600,000 they got left on the house? They're going to be financing that house for 40 years, and I don't even know if you can get a 40-year mortgage, even if you're 25. Not making any sense here at all. Is Newsom so stupid, so ignorant, or is his memory just that short about the housing bubble created by Wild Bill Drop Trousers Clinton.
Did we not learn anything when the whole economy nearly collapsed, the banking system in 2008? That was the housing bubble that burst. Too many people had been loaned, and these were people that were not like illegally in the country, but were giving out $500,000 loans that people that couldn't afford a $200,000 house.
Exactly. Thank you. And, I mean, is he really trying to finish off the California economy or what? I mean, it is beyond belief. Boggles the mind. I'm shaking my head.
Well, when it comes to California getaway man, I guess it's par for the course, right? Hey, thanks for checking in. It's been a while, but hey, it's the status quo. And yeah, they are correct. The Senate passed a bill 23-11 Tuesday that would help pay for home down payments for illegals in California. The newly passed bill going to the governor's desk. Now, I guess he'll either approve or veto. It would expand eligibility to the California Dream for All program, to be renamed under the bill to the Home Purchase Assistance Program. Remove any disqualifications based on an applicant's immigration status. If approved, illegal immigrants can enter the lottery system under the program that gives 20% in down payment assistance up to $150,000. Now, this year, out of 18,000 people who applied to the California Dream for All program, they say only 1,700 were chosen. This will greatly expand the number of applicants because the California Dream program targeted primarily low to middle income first-time buyers and could not be illegally in the country. So you remove that stipulation. Not all illegal immigrants would qualify. Only those with taxpayer ID numbers or Social Security numbers could apply. It would specify that an applicant who meets all the other requirements for a loan under the program, who's otherwise eligible under applicable federal and state law, shall not be disqualified solely based on their immigration status. Since being introduced earlier this year, this legislation has been one of the most highly debated bills of the year, they say. Now, they said that many in the state have been denied the program despite paying taxes, and that housing needs to be more accessible to everyone. But then you got the cost. Republicans and moderate Democrats have said the bill would increase cost, that there's no money left to fund such an expansion, and the money would still be going to people who entered the country illegally and broke the law, even if they have a taxpayer ID number, potentially invalidating the law in court should it be signed. The Globe noted earlier this week the bill's sponsor, the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights, they receive tens of millions of dollars annually in government grants, and it barely make contributions to immigrants. They want the taxpayers to foot the bill instead. So, yes, hot story there in California. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We're back at it here. Let's get back to the phones. Who we got on board? Is that Philip by chance?
It sure is. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning. I guess the call screener thing's not doing its job quite well this morning.
Yeah, well, it's that AI stuff. You know how that is, buddy. Boy, what a almost 24 hours we've had it. Steve, did you hear about SpaceX?
That's what I kind of mentioned that a bit ago, and I thought you'd chime in. So grounded, how long is this going to be? What impacts does it have on the Polaris mission? Good golly.
We don't know. Well, think about this. It also impacts that Crew 9 mission that's supposed to take off the 26th of September for the ISS to rescue 2 astronauts that can't come back on the Starliner.
Right.
What do you think, Ben?
Wow.
Yesterday, I talked to you yesterday, and I got to work and did my usual stuff, to get ready for work. I went down we've got a display that shows us where everything is for the day and how we're going to do things, and talked to my boss. My boss said, hey, let's go up and watch the launch. And I said, well, I thought they canceled the Polaris Dawn one. He said, no, it's a regular SpaceX Starlink mission. So I'm like, what? I didn't even know about it. Went up, we watched that launch, and then I go and take my first break later in the day, and my wife sends me a message and said, hey, SpaceX, they had a little problem with the landing. So I watched the replay on the landing, and it was a pretty big mistake. What do you think, Steve? That was pretty ugly looking. Did you see all that fire and stuff?
I did not get to see. I had not seen the video of it at this point in time. I did come across the story here just before the show started, so I had the info. But so it wasn't like it just landed and tipped over. It was a fiery mess, huh?
Yeah. Well, this is just my opinion. Okay, what it were. I'm no rocket scientist, but when it was coming back, the booster was coming back. If you watched when they do the deorbit burn, the re-entry burn,
right,
you'll see a little bit of fire hang on one side of the rocket. If you look at those grid fins that kind of steer it down, they have thrusters and stuff around those that use air that pushes it off. But you still see some fire that stays there just for a little bit, and then it kind of, the screen goes dark, and then it dissipates. And then they show the landing burn. Well, you see a little bit more fire on the landing burn than you usually do, and I'm like, that's kind of odd. And then they showed the bottom when it came down onto the deck, and it was a lot of fire. And then the thing just flipped over from a concussion. It looked like they had an explosion on it, but something happened in the fuel delivery system, and I don't know if they broke a line or something like that, but that's what it looks like to me. It looks like they had broke a fuel line or something on one of those engines, and it spewed all over the place and caused a heck of a fire. But you could see it. There there's something there that had to cause that combustion like that to flip that thing off of that barge. So, get a chance, Steve, check that video out. It's pretty interesting. I hope they figure it out, because they got a lot of stuff that's relying on SpaceX's safety record to get people back to Earth. You know, I mean, especially that Starliner thing. They might want to think about that. We might have to bring the Starliner back like we were supposed to. What do you think, Steve?
Wow, I don't know.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about it is it's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, I'm glad they didn't send them folks up, because you know what would have happened if that would have happened on that flight with that Dawn one. You know, especially you have people up there that are in space, in a spacecraft, that can't go to the ISS. You know, they have no way. This Polaris Dawn mission, the reason why they're so like they are is they can't go back. You need me to hang on, bud? I see you're coming up on your break there.
Yeah, we are about a minute before break, so yeah, we'll pause there. I did see there was kind of a follow-up. This is probably when they discussed it this past Saturday, that the decision that the astronauts will not return on the Starliner. June 5, they will now return no earlier than February of next year. And that would be the Dragon, SpaceX, rather than the Starliner. Asked during the press conference if some of the previous space incidents, a.k.a. the Challenger and the Columbia incidents, influenced their decision, NASA's administrator Bill Nelson said, yes, he confirmed that was indeed the case. It has affected the decision by this collective group and all of those that participated in the flight test readiness review. It's trying to turn around the culture that first led to the loss of the Challenger and then led to the loss of Columbia, where obvious mistakes were not being brought forth. They don't want to lose these two astronauts, trying to get them back. In haste, I guess you would say.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Red Sea and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority says this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
We'll get back to Philip here in a second. Back to the press conference. I did not get to tune into that over the weekend, Saturday. But Nelson noted how in previous NASA incidents, engineers had actually raised concerns over some of the components in launching in very cold weather that were ignored ahead of the Challenger launch. For Columbia, several people in NASA had pushed to get pictures of the damaged wing while it was still in orbit. But they went ahead and proceeded without further inspection. 14 astronauts ultimately perished. And he said, so NASA, ever since we've tried very hard to bring about an atmosphere where people are encouraged to step forward, speak your mind, and I think today's a good example of that. Another of the panel members, Jim Free, noted that more work was needed to understand the issue with Starliner's thrusters. Uncertainty remains in our understanding of the physics going on in the thrusters. We've got some work to do. Nelson later asked, did politics play any role in this? Somehow people trying to make it sound as though trying to give a black eye to this administration by having to go to Elon Musk, who has endorsed Trump. Oh, come on. He said, I can tell you unequivocally from a personal standpoint, politics has not played any part of this. What I said about the Challenger and the Columbia, the lessons learned, and what we've tried to change in a culture in order that safety is our North Star. That's what we're trying to do. It is a very hostile environment in which if you make a mistake, and it can be a small mistake, it's very unforgiving, which makes sense. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, it's not nothing to play around with where those guys are at up there, you know, and those decisions about Challenger, you know, that was solely made off of a guy that was working for the company that did the solid rocket boosters, and as well with Columbia, that one there was more made with NASA they wasn't sure about what was going on, but they said we're going to carry on, and they carried on, and you've seen what happened.
Yeah.
And that's the point I think that Bill Nelson was trying to bring about. We can't make a quick decision and be done with it. You know, we got to make sure that everything's right before we bring our folks back. You know, and I get that, and I understand it, and I condone what they're doing. They're trying to be safe on the deal and protect their astronauts. Those people work for NASA. They don't work for Boeing. And NASA's got to protect their people, and that's the way it is, and that's the way it should be. But this deal with SpaceX, I don't know how long this is going to be. I mean, I know they're going to investigate it. They're going to try to figure out why that fire was caused. That's more of the concern than the thing flipping over. I mean, those rockets, when they come down on those legs, you know, it's understandable the amount of force they're coming down on, that they break one of those legs, they could fall over, you know, and thank God it was in a situation, and I think that's the reason why Elon Musk designed that system like that, to where it's out in the ocean. Mm-hmm. It's away from populated areas, and it can be done. Now, with the Starliner, or Starship, we're going to go Starship, they're going to catch that booster on the launch pad on this next launch. And they're beefing up the launch pad right now. They're doing a lot of prep work on it. And now that's a different situation. And it's a big deal when they bring those back to land where they come from. It's a big deal. Sure, it saves a lot of time, saves a lot of money, but you also got a lot of things in jeopardy when you bring them back. You know, population and mainly, you know. So, Steve, and I hope I get this chemical right. Have you ever heard of a chemical called perchlorinate? Perchlorinate.
I can't say that I'm familiar, no.
Okay, so this chemical is one of the main chemicals that they use in solid rocket boosters, rocket fuel. They have found, Consumer Reports just put out a study on it, and one of the local television stations down here did a story on it. But they found out that this stuff is in everything we eat, just about. So, like, if you buy, say, a package of hamburger or a package of steak or any kind of fresh meat, they use this for the static electricity that shrinks the wrap around the plastic when you buy your meat. They use it in different kinds of packaging for produce. They use it in macaroni and cheese, baby food. There's all kinds of plastics they use it. And they've just recently found out there's a high rate of this, and it's causing a lot of things to happen with folks, you know, getting sick. And I was just wondering if you had heard anything about this story.
That I have not. I'd have to do some homework, I suppose.
Yeah, what it is, and its mainly use is for explosives, and it's used in propellant. So they use it, and it's solid propellant. I'm not talking propellant like fuel, like, you know, jet fuel or anything like that. I'm talking about solid fuel, which would be like, you know, rocket fuel, the solid, like a solid rocket booster would have. But they use it in fireworks. They use it in a lot of different things. But it's just come about by Consumer Reports that it's in everything. It's in a lot of food products. It's in a lot of different things that could eventually get back into our water and get back to us.
Wow.
It's used in a lot of different plastics. It's just, I might get the word wrong. It's called perchlorinate. If you get a chance, look at Local 6 down here. Is the television station that did the story. They did the piece on it that I saw. And it's pretty interesting that this chemical is in a lot of stuff that we never know about. And are you familiar with fluoride, Steve?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've been putting that in the water for years, right? Save our teeth.
Yeah, they've been putting it in water for our teeth. You know, it's going to make our teeth stronger, blah, blah, blah. Well, back in the day, when I used to haul hazmat, I used to haul a lot of it delivered to water treatment center. And I noticed, man, this thing is like, it's all hazmated up. I mean, it's considered a corrosive. It's a big-time deal. So I asked one of the guys at the water treatment plant, I said, why is this labeled up this way if people are consuming it through this water? He said, we're only putting in really little parts per million of this. You know, it's just to enhance the water. I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know about enhancing. I mean, what do you think? You know, I mean, it's a lot of things out there that we don't look at. If you looked at the backside of a Coca-Cola can and seen what was in Coca-Cola, you would absolutely freak at some of the stuff that's in there.
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of those things, it's like, we don't really notice that stuff, but just food for thought there, guys. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me, Steve.
Philip, good to hear from you. I did a quick search, and perchlorate, and it was a Consumer Reports. It's been shared from several news outlets, including The Hill there in D.C., which pretty much says what he just mentioned. A chemical used in rocket fuel, fireworks, airbags, detected in various supermarket and fast food items. How worried should we be? Research with Consumer Reports tested 196 food samples and discovered about 67% contained varying levels of the chemical perchlorate, showing that baby and children's foods, fast food, and fresh produce had the highest levels, while beverages, seafood, meats had the lowest. Consumer Reports did not disclose any companies or brand names in the study. The Environmental Protection Agency recommends a limit of 0.7 micrograms of perchlorate per kilogram of body weight per day, which is considered safe, unlikely to cause harm. Now, it said none of the foods tested had enough perchlorate in a single serving that would exceed the EPA's daily limit. However, these amounts could potentially add up to concerning levels if multiple servings are consumed. And despite this, James Rogers, the nonprofit's director of product safety testing, said, parents shouldn't worry too much about the findings. Feeding your children a wide variety of healthy foods is the best way to make sure they get the nutrients they need, minimize the potential harmful effects of contaminants in food and water. It is not clear why some items in the study had higher levels of perchlorate, but there are two possible explanations: food packaging and contaminated water. They explained perchlorate is occasionally found in certain plastics used in packaging for products like baby and kids' foods. And fruits and vegetables could contain it if they are grown with contaminated water. All right, thanks for the tip there. Good info, Philip. Gilligan, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81 eating my Reese's Cups. Hey, Steve, I sent you a picture of something I found from Knucklebuster last night. Did you happen to get that?
Refresh my memory. I think I did.
It was a pack of bologna.
Yeah. Yes.
I thought that was pretty good. Gummy bologna. What will they come up with next? At least they ain't trying to make no daring the bologna Reese's Cups yet. I've seen a picture, but I haven't seen them yet. I sure don't want anything to do with that. Hey, I got some news. I was told to go ahead and let you all know Captain Ron needs your prayers. He's right now getting a lot of tests done, blood cultures and stuff. Not sure what's going on yet. But he's had MRIs. It's not COVID. It's not this RSV or anything like that. So if everyone would, please pray for Captain Ron. He's pretty bad under the weather.
Okay. I mean, guess
It ain't sounding good.
We talked to him Monday morning, kicking off the greatest day of the week. So when did he get sick?
It was like, I think it was Monday evening, once it hit him. So yeah, he's gotten pretty rough the way he talks. So I'm just keep helping Ron in your prayers. I really ain't got a lot tonight. I'm telling you what, though. Wright and Charlie, I'm expecting a call any time for bail money. You know what I mean? Them two are. They might get out and bail the blind man out, but I don't know about them two. What do you think?
Messing around outside of the, you got to be careful what you're doing there in the D.C. area, Pennsylvania Avenue. They don't like to screw around with people.
Oh, yeah. I got news for you, though. If you're in a tractor trailer and you're close to the Washington Monument, you are usually lost. I got lost at D.C. one time, and I had a devil of a time, but I finally got it out of there. I've been lost in a lot of large cities, including New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, Detroit. I never run out west. I've never been to L.A., San Francisco. I've never been to California. Went to Phoenix one time in 2001, and believe it or not, I was pulled into town on a Monday morning. It started raining. Sun come out as I was leaving town. It rained the whole time I was in Phoenix. I always thought that was kind of interesting, But that's as far west as I ever got. Now, that was some years ago. Like I said, that was 01, back when I used to pull flatbed. But I tell you, I see some of these pictures come up on Facebook, and you wonder whether they're real or photoshopped.
Yeah.
But I've heard people say they've seen people riding down the road with a tractor trailer with the foot hanging out the window, all laid back. That is flat out scary right there. That is got to be dangerous as all get out. I seen another one where a truck was driving down the road and had somebody's side mirror hanging from the side of the trailer. I'm wondering whose side mirror he took out. That just, I don't know. I'm agreeing with a lot of the older guys that the quality of drivers has really went down. Now, I've only been out here 25 years. I know Monkey Gouger's been out here about 50. Some of them's been out here 40, but there's been a lot of changes in this industry since I come out in 99. I come out a year after Rambler and Eagle. We all kind of come out at the same time, and I think me and Eagle's kind of fairly close to the same age. Rambler's like 10 years behind me, but he started a lot younger. But it's definitely nothing like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Even in, I remember going into a truck stop when I started, and be able to sit down and have a good meal, and it wasn't no prepackaged, heated up in the microwave either. Even the chain truck stops, the Petro with the iron skillet was a good one. I talked to a woman at a truck stop last year. I don't know whether her figures was right, but I think she said there was only 3 Petros left in the United States that had iron skillets. And they used to be in every Petro. It's a sad state of affairs. Like so many drivers have said, they want you in, they want you out, get you to fast food, and that's it. I mean, I haven't stopped at an actual truck stop, and I don't know when, but with me running line haul, there's no reason for me to stop at the truck stop. I get my fuel at the terminal when I get back. Well, anyway, I'm going to get on off here. Hope everybody has a safe night. I'm hoping them 2 bozos don't get arrested down there, because they'll drag a blind man in it. I did print him up a driver's license, though, but I don't know whether it's valid in D.C.
All right, Steve. Take care. Everybody has a safe night.
All right. Have a good morning there, Gilligan. Thanks for checking in. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. We have lines available on a Thursday. We'll check in with Pappy coming up here. I know he's going to... Well, I anticipate he was going to chime in about, for the first time yesterday, we got some of the first photographs released by the FBI of the assassination attempt shooter, Matthew Crooks, the gun, the backpack, photographs from the trunk of his vehicle, the explosive devices. Let me share that info with you, and we'll get Pappy's take on that. More than a month after the failed assassination attempt, clear photographs of the gear and the weapon were released to the public this past day. The rifle and gear belonging to the gunman at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. They seem to confirm a report of what happened on July 13 as law enforcement took him down. In Wednesday's release, the FBI posting multiple photographs showing Crooks' rifle, car trunk, backpack, and the point from which he assessed the rooftop firing position. First picture shows Crooks' rifle with the telltale chunk missing from its stock, listed as a DPMS Panther Arms A15 chambered in 5.56-223. The stock shows clear signs of being shot, leading serious weight to a report that a shot from law enforcement shattered the rifle's back end and fragged the still-living Crooks with the shrapnel consisting of bits of his own weapon. Higgins, the Louisiana Republican representative, Clay Higgins, first mentioned this on August 15th. He said a Butler County SWAT team member took the shot that struck Crooks' rifle and fragged his face, neck, right shoulder area from the stock breaking up, describing the SWAT shooter as a total badass. Crooks' rifle was described by the FBI as having an Atlas R1 handguard, a Holosun AEMS optic, and a shattered Magpul collapsible stock. Another photograph shows the rifle's upper and lower separated. Now, the FBI said this was likely done to facilitate transport in a backpack belonging to Crooks that was found at the site. A picture of the shooter's trunk showing undetonated explosive devices with at least one appearing to be constructed in an ammo can. The FBI cast doubt on the device's ability to function. The receiver for remote detonation was in the off position. They noted that alongside the photo. Devices had several problems in the way they were constructed, they say. A picture of Crooks, his rooftop access point taken after the shooting, was also included by the FBI. While the release of these photos and information gives us something we have not seen before, there remain many unanswered questions. There was one of the counter snipers working that rally that confirmed just this week the suspicious nature of the shooting and the integrity of the evidence gathered after it. So all we know is there is a House task force and an independent panel of lawmakers that are not on that committee that are both currently working to investigate the shooting and those that were connected to it. So, yeah, it's just you mentioning, he said, the integrity of the evidence that was gathered after the shooting. Yeah, the headline piece from the Western Journal, this was a couple days ago, the headline itself says, counter sniper at Butler rally confirms something isn't right with the integrity of the Trump shooting evidence. That was a separate story. We'll see if we can bring that to you as well. So hang in there. We'll, again, get back with Pappy's take on that and maybe you as well at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Red Sea and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority states this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It has taken 15 years for Liam and Noel Gallagher of Oasis to take their own advice and don't look back in anger. The biggest band in the 90s is reuniting, announcing plans to host a series of concerts in the UK next year that will almost certainly then lead to a world tour. By some estimates, they stand to make around $750,000 following their decision to bury the hatchet.
There's a cultural significance because they do really kind of reflect a lot of the 90s culture.
John Robb is a music journalist behind the Louder Than War website.
The first inkling, I think, for a lot of people was I did this interview in Noel in early June about the Definitely Maybe reissue album that's actually coming out on Friday. And his attitude to Liam was much more mellow than it been for like years and years. Talk about being a great singer, really great front man. And there's a positive warmth that was coming off him. When the interview got released last Thursday, people going, "Oh, that's interesting. This sounds like something is going on," but the machinery was already grinding, and there was a reformation process already happening.
There are no plans for Oasis to make any new music, but when tickets go on sale for those concerts, they are expected to be gone within seconds. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Sudan is being hit by devastating floods which have destroyed hundreds of thousands of houses, while Typhoon Shanshan is hitting West Japan, bringing strong winds and deluges and cutting power to 250,000 households. And a report by a new think tank says that student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Thursday. Losing track of time? Yeah, it's crossing over the midnight hour there. Rolling into the Labor Day weekend. Just a couple days left off work, and it's back to work for Pappy.
It won't be long, man. These days are just going to fly by, too, you know it. Yeah, Steve, I talked to you earlier and sent you them photos. Now, mind you, what I'm about ready to tell you, these photos were from Fox News. So I don't know if Fox News got these directly from the FBI or who sent these photos to Fox News is where I got them. You got a little problem, Steve. The rifle, as you said, is a DPMS. It's a typical, I guess, mid-range, price range AR. I can tell you it's a newer rifle because it's the handrails are the M-LOK handrails, not your older type where you got to pull down on a spring to get them things off. So it's a newer AR, and it does have a collapsible stock. I want to make it clear that's not a folding stock where the stock folds in. It's just collapsible. So you got different positions that you can adjust the stock in or out depending on how big a person is. A bigger person would want it all the way out. Somebody smaller would probably want it all the way in, or different shooting positions. You can just adjust that stock in or out.
Okay.
In that stock, there is a buffer spring, and we talked about this a few days ago, a week or so maybe, when it first came out that the law enforcement officer on the ground hit that butt stock, damaged the buffer tube, which caused the rifle to be dysfunctional. My only question, Steve, is when I first saw this first photo that Fox News put up, they had the upper and the lower receiver separated, which is no big deal. There's just two pins, Steve, you pop out to separate the upper and lower receiver. I'm looking at the lower receiver, and the buffer tube is completely intact. So my first thought was, well, this story we was told by Higgins that the buttstock was hit. Now, there is a guard, right, over that buffer tube, which was damaged, and there was some plastic missing off of it. Anybody seen these photos? But the buffer tube itself
It's
was
still
intact.
there. It's there, and it doesn't look like it's been. It doesn't look like there's any damage to it.
Yeah, looks in pristine shape to me. So I'm thinking, well, maybe his weapon wasn't disabled. Well, then they flash up another picture of the rifle put together. It's not separated, right? And I'm looking at the buttstock, and I'm like, what the heck? The daggone half of that stock, the upper stock, including that buffer tube, is missing, which would suggest, yes, a round hit that daggone thing and took that thing completely apart. So which is it? Where did Fox get these photos? Now, I also zoomed in on the magwell, which is on the lower receiver, on both of these photos. Apparently, Steve, they took the property tag number and wrote it on the magwell of the rifle. I have never seen this done in my over 32 years of being in law enforcement. Never. Number one of the first places, if you are going to throw some dust down to try to get fingerprints off that rifle, is going to be the magwell. That's where the magazine goes into the rifle.
Mm-hmm.
So if they lifted fingerprints off that area, why would you write with a white permanent marker, it looked like, on that area that the fingerprints were on? You're messing with evidence there. So I found that a little funny. But the big thing is we got two different photos of a rifle. They're not the same. Which one is it? Steve, it's just like, what else can they just conjure up to make people think, what the heck is going on? So I don't know if that's a Fox News screw up. Where they got them photos at?
Well, supposedly the FBI released all these photos for all the media outlets. I mean, so everybody supposedly got all the same download, I guess you'd say. ABC, NBC, CNN, Fox. I mean,
we'll have to see if they some of these other outlets show the same photos I'm talking about. The one that shows the buffer tube intact is the one where they popped the two pins and removed the upper receiver from the lower receiver. That's the one that shows the buffer tube intact. Totally contradicts the other photo. I mean, you can see it plain as day.
I mean, it's something that I would not have probably noticed because I wouldn't have paid any attention one way or the other. I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to guns, but when you pointed it out, it's like it's blatantly obvious when you point it out.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when we were talking about the weapon possibly being disabled, which is why maybe he only got it off 8 rounds. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, that buffer tube's fully intact, man. He wouldn't have no problem. Just because some of the plastic guard around it came off. Not going to stop the gun from operating. So I don't know. Let's see anybody else catches this. Anybody else talks about it. I emailed a couple people. See if what they got to say about it.
Get their take, all right. Get their take on whether it's the same weapon or two different weapons.
Well, I don't know if one was Photoshopped or something. Like I said, I zoomed in on the magwell on both of these photos to try to match to see maybe is the property tag number they put on that magwell, does it match? And it does. One of the photos was a little bit different with the lighting and everything, but I zoomed in there and you can tell it looks like, I don't know, it's got me baffled. The second thing is when they finally showed some photos of his trunk of that vehicle and the devices that were in there. First thing that came to my mind was the wires that you see going from the receiver into the ammo cans. It looks like one of the ammo cans is metal. Looks like the other one, the black one, is plastic. It just appears that way to me. But the wires going in appear to me, Steve, I mean, I got over 17 years of being a bomb technician here. Those are what we call squibs, electronic matches. Those are not blasting cap wires. Now, I will say this. without seeing the other end of them wires that are going into that can. I guess I can't say that for 100% certainty, but I can say with 99% certainty that those are squibs, and there's a big difference. That tells me that the type of explosives that he was using were homemade, and or like black powder, gunpowder, flash powder, not military grade powder, or not military grade explosives. You need a blasting cap to set off military explosives. If he would have had like some C4, right, in them cans, he wouldn't even have had, technically, he wouldn't even have to put them in the ammo cans. He could have just laid that block of C4 right out in the open if he wanted to. You know, that plastic explosives like that do not have to be confined like you do powder. Powder has to be confined in a container. So that's, you know, anybody can go into a gun store, buy black powder and smokeless powder. Flash powder, nah, not so easy. It's not that hard though. You get your hands on flash powder. What's funny is when Philip was talking about, I thought he said, I think he just mispronounced it when he was talking about the stuff in the food. I think he said perchlorinate. And when he started talking about stuff being in explosives, and they use it in fireworks and stuff, I'm like, well, that's perchlorate.
Perchlorate, that was
potassium.
It. Perchlorate. Yep.
Yeah. Well, in flash powder, Steve, you know, when, like the EBN fireworks coming up, them big booms that go off, it's a big flash, right?
Right.
That's flash powder. And it's potassium chlorate is what's used in that mixture to make flash powder. Potassium perchlorate they're both oxidizers. The perchlorate has more oxygen in the chemical. So kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. Why this stuff would be found in, you know, I guess. But here's the thing too. That's why RFK was coming out and talking about the kids, right? We need to make our kids healthy. We need to make America healthy again. That's going to be their new slogan coming up here. All the stuff that they have been putting in our food for decades and decades and hiding from us, especially like he talked about the fluoride. All this stuff that's going in our food just causing cancer and all this other stuff is just off the chart, and Kennedy wants to get in there and put a stop to this. So I could see him being involved in FDA, maybe, I don't know, some sort of health cabinet or something. I don't know. I'm not real hip on all the dang on terms and technology.
Right,
I did send you 2 more emails, Steve. One email with 2 photos in there, screenshots. First one was, let me see, let me bring it up here. Here it is.
China and the
FBI
water supply.
warns. Yes, sir. Chinese hackers are preparing to wreak havoc on the U.S. water system.
Yep.
It's funny, Steve, the FBI is coming out and saying all this, and I said again, unfortunately, Steve, I just don't trust the damn government. I don't trust the FBI. I don't trust them with this investigation on Trump. I don't trust them when they come out and say that I wouldn't put it past China, and I wouldn't put it past the government to have something else happen to our water system and blame it on China when it wasn't China. And that's sad to say, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
The other one, when I was talking about all this voter registration, hey, we're making gains, right? The other one was in Texas. Governor Greg Abbott announced that 1 million ineligible voters from rolls, including non-citizens and dead people, have been removed from the Texas state.
It was nearly a 500,000 dead people. Now, I mean, if you've got dead people on the rolls, technically, if a ballot showed up and they're on the voter roll, I guess it would be counted, right? If
it gets counted.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, 500,000 dead people.
And what's this other? Well, they're saying 1 million in this thing I just said.
Oh, yeah.
So let me ask you
the
this.
total was 1 million,
what,
but nearly 500,000 were dead people. The others were, what was it? People that 300,000 had moved out of the state, so they were removed.
Non-citizens.
And then non-citizens, yes.
Including non-citizens.
Yep.
What really strikes me funny here, too, I forget what state it was, Steve. I can't remember, but JFK wanted to be removed from the ballot, and they're saying nope.
They won't take it. Several states are saying, no, we're going to leave you on the ballot. They're hoping that they'll vote for him and not Trump.
Yeah, now that it's backwards, right? They didn't want to put him on the ballot in how many states, and now
they don't want to take him off. That's right.
They won't remove him. How crooked are these damn people? All right, my man. I appreciate you taking the call and keep an eye on some of this stuff with this FBI releasing some more of this evidence here. See what happens.
See if anybody questions the stock thing that you brought up maybe later today. Others, apparently Pappy quickly noticed something not right here. It looks like two different weapons. Okay, we'll see. 23 past the hour. Global oil markets, they tell us, continue to flash warning lights as OPEC Plus prepares to decide on whether they're going to begin reviving their production numbers. This week, Goldman Sachs Group and Morgan Stanley cut forecasts for crude prices, faltering demand in China, plentiful production across the Americas. Even more ominous for bullish investors is how calmly the markets actually shrugged off the latest threat to supplies we shared last evening as futures barely reacted to Libya's announcement that they were halting 40% of their nationwide output. It's a very fragile backdrop that OPEC Plus, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, are going to have to choose whether they implement their plans to start increasing output in October. OPEC and its allies are scheduled to add 543,000 barrels a day here in the fourth quarter, the first stage in restoring production that they halted in late 2022, trying to shore up the prices. United Arab Emirates appears eager to go ahead, seizing the chance to deploy idle capacity and regain some of their market share. The Saudis have stressed the hikes may be paused or even reversed if necessary. It all comes down to where the prices are, and right now they say, prices close to $80 per barrel, that there are many in OPEC that say those numbers are too low to cover their government spending. According to Citigroup, the BNP Paribas SA believes they're probably going to postpone the increased production hike. Bringing significant supplies back in this market would put OPEC Plus in their worst case scenario, lowering prices, which are not low enough to curtail rival supplies. Speculation, we'll see where it goes, but all right, see if Eagle's hanging in there. Morning, Eagle, back at it. You wanted to talk a bit about the astronauts, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about that, and one other thing about the politics. Yeah, Steve, maybe one guy can get down in Florida. Maybe he can answer tomorrow. If maybe he call back in the night. I don't know how big this capsule is that these astronauts are in. So let me ask you. Maybe you know. So what the hell? Okay, there's 24 hours in a day, Steve, as we both know. So explain to me, what are these people doing? They know that they're going to be up there for at least another 6 months until February. So let me ask you this: what are they doing? What are they doing during the day? What do you know what these individuals are doing?
Well, supposedly right now, I mean, there's numerous scientific experiments that's constantly what they do at the space station. A lot of twiddling your thumbs time, but I mean, trying to do what they can to stay busy and occupied.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, that's a long time, Steve. 6 months, and they ain't got no guarantee that the deal is going to go down in 6 months. Something they could have another roadblock. That's the reason why I told you the other night that I believe that these people are not going to turn out good. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I got to look into it a little bit more and find out what's really going on before I can make a determination. But yeah, look like we get close to the bottom. I want to get back into something else I learned, Steve, about the politics deal coming up with good old Kamala Harris. Now, got some new information about her that's not very good. The more you look into her background, Steve, the more scared you get. There's just something going on. There's a reason why the Democrats will not allow her to do a big interview. Okay. And just like I told you last night, Steve, it's been found out that this interview she's doing with CNN is pre-recorded. It's not a live deal.
And she's not going to be by herself. They're not allowing her to do an interview alone. She's going to have Tim Walz with her. I mean, that's how scared they are of her being alone for a sit-down interview. Yeah, well, we'll have to pick up there following the news break.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Red Sea and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority says this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We'll pick up there where we left off. Talking about Kamala and her first actual sit-down interview in the past month. Actually, since Joe Biden ended his bid for the White House. Not to be confused with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're talking about Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. He spoke out this past day, saying Democrats they're willing to risk looking bad by sending her running mate to join her in this interview with CNN today. Intentional or not, he said, the optics are horrible. I mean, it sends a message that the nominee of the major political party can't do an interview by herself and that she has to have emotional support. He called him an emotional support pony. He said the Democrats are so scared Harris can't go it alone that they're willing to suffer the bad optics. But yes, the official word is Harris, along with Tim Walz, will sit down today with CNN's Dana Bash for what will be her first major interview since Biden dropped out more than a month ago. Now, Kennedy touched on Harris' proposal to tax unrealized gains, that is, assets or investments that have increased in value on paper but haven't been sold or cashed out yet. calling that plan a wealth tax. And that has never worked anywhere. France tried a number of years ago, and even the neo-socialist French government said, nope, it's not going to work. Harris and Biden have created the worst inflation in 40 years, and she doesn't have a plan to get prices down. And yeah, I think that's her soft underbelly, he said. But yeah, and I do believe it's going to be pretty much a scripted interview, and it won't be live. They're going to be recording the interview. So, all right, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Stevie, I was thinking about that during the break. Okay, so now this video, I guess it's going to be on TV tonight, this interview, which I will not be watching. I haven't watched anything associated with Kamala, Steve, since she's been nominated. I can't even stand Steve. I tried to listen to her speeches, and when she talked at the DNC last week, I listened to about 2 minutes, and I had to shut it off. I couldn't do it. It's too much. It's too much to listen to her lies, lie after lie after lie. I can't do it because I know that what she's saying is not true. You can't listen to a person like that, Steve. When you look at television, Steve, and you looking at a president, a person that wants to be president, you want those people to come on the TV and tell you what their plan is for America and what they're going to do to help your family, be better in this country, the military, the police, all these things. When I look at the television and see her, Steve, I see nothing but just a bold-faced liar. You know what I mean? Not right. When it doesn't even have to be her. It could be another candidate. Somebody else on my screen. Somebody who at least tells you, and you think to yourself, well, maybe if I vote for this guy, maybe she will do something. Maybe she will make something. But no, I can't even look at her and see no future with her. As a president. So it just amazes me, Steve, that people continue to support her. What she did in California, people forget about. She used to be a prosecutor, and she made a comment it's on the video that she could put a person in jail with the stroke of her pen. That's speaking about how much power she had to put ruin somebody's life. You don't brag about something like that. She actually was on TV bragging about this type of thing. She's a very dangerous person to have in the White House. She comes off as this dumb, dimwit, but she's smarter than what she puts on. And she could be very dangerous if she gets in. But here's one last thing I wanted to say to you, Steve, about Donald Trump when it comes to the election. Donald Trump, right now, these polls, I told people, don't CNNs, these polls are nothing but garbage. I'm still seeing polls on my phone, on these different deals saying that Kamala Harris is leading 47 to 45. 48, 45, all kind of garbage. There's no way Kamala could be running that close to Donald Trump with all the problems that she got. So Donald Trump has this thing wrapped up. The only thing he has to make sure of is that he doesn't say the wrong thing at the debate. I'm glad, like I said, they actually did Donald Trump a favor, Steve. Well, the Democrats did him a favor when they decided to go with the same rules that they had from the first debate by shutting off the microphone, because that will keep Donald Trump from interrupting her because she's going to lie, and Donald Trump's going to have something to say about it. So that keeps him from getting in trouble, because he would come off as the bad guy by interrupting her and calling her a liar on television. So I'm glad that they did that, and that's actually going to help Donald Trump in the debate. So we should be happy that they decided to cut off the mics. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Have a good Labor Day weekend there, Eagle. Let's jump on down to Russell. Russell on board. What's going on, Russell?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with them. Any big plans for your Labor Day weekend? You get some extra time off?
Not really. We're I don't know. I was telling you, I told you all about my mother-in-law. She's declining, so I don't know what we're gonna. It's just we may be having a service during that week. I'm not sure.
I hear you.
She's going through that declining. We don't know. Their nurses were surprised how long she's hanging in there. She's still hanging on, but she is declining now. She's starting that process there in hospice, but we'll just getting through it and everything. I appreciate everybody's prayers and all that. I want to tell you, I recruited 2 truckers that work for the company I work for. I told them about your program. They ain't never heard of it, and tell them how to get it and everything. But I forgot to tell them what time it came on. But they'll find out when they go. They never heard of it. Yeah, that's a good show. I'm not trying to be long-winded here. I usually am not. But I've been looking up some things while I've been on hold and stuff. It doesn't really matter in a way who's going to be president. It's either Trump or Harris, either one, because we're at the brink of war. I mean, nobody's going to stop it. I mean, we've had China, who's been building their military for 20 years, getting ready for their moment once to take over the Pacific area. Where Taiwan is, and of course they already took Hong Kong over. We didn't stop them. And I found out here, Russia is supplying missiles for Iran, helping them out. For their, they're in the Middle East a little bit. I'm not sure what kind of missiles it was. I really didn't read that very much. So I didn't want to get caught you picking me up on the phone. And also then, of course, we've seen North Korea. They're supplying missiles to Russia for the Ukraine war. And here, North Korea's got a thing. They can see, they send the missiles to Russia. They can tell if they're going to, how they're going to work out against the enemy, without even being caught by the international, NATO or whatever. They can send them to Russia and say, oh, yeah, they're working out pretty good. We're going to make more of these. But it's just I guess I'm trying to say, it's just a big, we're at a big head for everything. You got 4 countries that are allies big time with each other, and it's scary times. I mean, you can go back to Hitler. I've read this when I was in 4th grade. I read the book, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. And we're in those times now. Again, history repeats itself. And I was always into history when I was a young kid, especially World War II and stuff. And, we're in those times again. Compare what that book was saying. And Putin, he is going exactly by the playbook of what Hitler was doing. And, we, and I keep mentioning this, people have said, they don't want to support Ukraine. And I know we gave them about $15 billion, for the war and stuff. But, during World War IV, before we entered World War II, we helped Britain and gave them, $8.8 billion. And if we hadn't, Hitler would have took them over in the Battle of Britain, the airspace. I mean, he would have took over Europe completely if he took over Britain. And then, of course, during World War I, we loaned Britain and France $8.8 billion. And I know we need to take care of our own, and I get that. But to me, my thing is, people they had in the polls saying, they're polling the polls for the people who run for president, Harris and Trump, they're concerned about the immigration laws and the economy. But my thing is foreign policy. Because if you don't take care of foreign policy and the country falls, you're not going to have no immigration problem or economy problem. You're going to be took over by the enemy. There ain't going to be nothing to worry about. And that's what main thing kicker. And Reagan always talked about that, about foreign policy. You got to take care of foreign policy first before you take care of your country. If you don't take care of foreign policy, your country's going to get took over big time. I mean, that's about what happened during World War II. That's what happened. That's what Hitler did. He took over almost all of Europe. And if we hadn't helped Great Britain, if they took over Britain, that'd been all she wrote. I mean, I read a book. I saw a movie here a while back. Well, about 20 years ago when I was in my 20s, where China or Japan was going to take over coming through Hawaii, and Germany was going to come through Alaska to take over the U.S. Of course, it didn't happen, thankfully. But, like I said, we got to take care of foreign policy. If we don't, our enemy's going to conquer us easily. I mean, big time. But that's about all I have.
All right.
Thank you for taking my
Thank
call.
you, Russell. I think you're pretty much right. Yeah, right now we can say foreign policy, it's not good. Yeah, the entire world, our adversaries pretty much doing whatever the hell they want because they don't really fear reprisal. Only one that may be showing some signs of concern, I think maybe the Ayatollahs, the supreme leaders in Iran, they're having second thoughts. But, hey, we will pause there and return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, it's been a while since we heard from Pup. Let's see what Pup has going on this morning. What's been happening?
What you doing there? What are you doing there, fella?
Playing radio or something like it.
Playing radio? Hey, I got a question to ask everybody. And the last three callers were great. Happy and Eagle and Russell. But the guys that are in the LTL business, I know guys at OD, Estes, Saya, but I don't know anybody from FedEx or ABF. I wonder how much their freight has fallen off. You'd think since Yellow went out of business, freight would be moving pretty good. I'll tell you what, Steve, things is getting slow. I think they're going to get worse before the election. But on the other hand, you got your phone handy? I don't know how to send pictures on an email. I sent you one to your phone, and I was out picking tomatoes yesterday, and I have never in my life come across. I mean, this thing almost looks like a
rubber ducky.
Rubber duck.
I'm looking.
Yep.
Rubber ducky. It does. That's uncanny.
Yeah, I sent Pappy that, and he goes, "Is that a red rubber or a red duck or something like that?" But no, but I'd really like some guys to call in, and I know the Dayton guys and stuff like Jolly Green and all of them, and they keep moving, but they don't haul doubles, and we have been hauling a boatload of one and a empty and stuff like that. And so that's just like tonight. I was just a one and done down to Indy back, and we don't have the freight. You can go home, so which is all right. I got the garden to keep me busy and some other stuff, but I'm just kind of curious about that and everything. So, how's Steven's leg doing?
Progressing. Everything seems to be going well. I guess it's a long journey, as they say.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other night. My gosh, you hear these athletes that tear a ACL or something like that, and that puts them out of the
for a year
until the following year
and
stuff. So, well, doggone it, I hope it gets better and everything. So, I still got to keep razzing you. You got anybody to cover for you while you're on your cruise?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. They hadn't said anything to me.
That's gonna, man, I'll tell you what, that's gonna be a long 2 weeks there. Well, what, 10 days or something?
I guess by the time it pans out, it's. I mean, I guess my last night will be the 10th because I don't know if I work the morning of the 11th or not. I don't think so. We leave, the 11th, headed down to Florida. The ship departs on the 12th, and we come back on the 20th, I think it is, 21. I don't even know my schedule.
Right. Hey, by the time, when is that party down there? Because I should have some muskmelon and some watermelon ready. Cincinnati's only like a 2.5 hour drive from here.
Right.
Well, if I let my wife drive, it's about a 2 hour drive.
Leadfoot, huh?
Yeah, she I don't know how she's never gotten a ticket in her life, but well, I kind of do. She probably shows her Steve Summers shirt in ways, I reckon. But nah, I just calling in and I'm real curious about the other LTL guys and stuff. And I figured you'd get a kid. I bet Princess would like to see that. I've been gardening since I was knee high to a grasshopper, and I've never seen a tomato grow like that before. So.
That's a new one on me. And when I looked at it, first thing I thought was, that looks like a rubber duck. Yeah.
yeah. So, well, I'll stay listening and keep up the good work.
All righty, Pup, good to hear from you. Yeah, Labor Day weekend coming on here. Speaking of rubber ducks, they do these things all over various events all over the country, but the Riverfest takes place down on the Ohio River, where 500,000 people gather on the Ohio and the Kentucky side for the big fireworks show there Sunday night. And before the sun goes down, they hold what they call the Rubber Duck Regatta. It's a fundraiser they've been doing for many, many years. And I think there's probably several of those going on this weekend. But, they'll dump all the rubber duckies off the bridge over the river. And they'll gradually make their way down into a canal that whittles it down to one rubber ducky. First one wins the big prize. I'm not even sure what the prize is this year. Normally it's a car. Let's see. Rolling down the line. Rubber Duck Regatta, 30th annual, will take place September 1. Each duck purchased helps provide 15 meals. A duck purchase of $75 or more will earn you a 30th anniversary T-shirt while supplies last. Yeah, there it is. Every duck gives you a chance to win a car or maybe even $1 million. Okay. That's one of the many, many big events that will be taking place over the Labor Day weekend. Did a quick search on Rubber Duck. I mean, I guess there's another taking place this weekend. Yeah, the Riverscape Metro Parks. Like I said, they do these all over the country. Good time. Of course, your odds of winning are probably something akin to winning the Powerball or the Mega Millions. Just enough quick time here. I see we've got Scarecrows on board. Junior is back to work. Looks like. Okay. First of all, a DA of the Week nominee. Truck driver charged after getting caught attempting to smuggle migrants into the country. Near Encinal, Texas, I-35. You don't want to be conspicuous if you're doing something illegal, right? According to the Border Report, Joseph Bridges was hauling a belly dump trailer when he pulled over by Border Patrol, who noticed the commercial vehicle had a temporary license plate posted upside down in the front windshield. Well, that was just enough for him to say, hey, come on, here. Got a question for you. When asked, Bridges told the agents that the trailer was empty. But the canine was there and said, nope, there's contraband. There were 23 migrants inside the sleeper berth. Yeah, one of the people found inside the cab was an unaccompanied minor, they also say. Agents then discovered the tractor trailer was stolen, placing Bridges under arrest. Charged with bringing in and harboring aliens. Hearing date not yet set, but you big dummy. You might not have even been questioned if you didn't have your upside-down license plate. There you go. Stupid Criminal of the Week, DA nominee. It is 844-844-3388. We'll be rolling into our final hour. How about that? Coming up here right after the news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Telegram founder Pavel Durov has been barred from leaving France and placed under formal investigation. The 39-year-old has been placed under judicial supervision after being detained at the weekend. He faces formal investigation over claims his Telegram messaging service has failed to curb illegal content. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in France for talks with President Emmanuel Macron on issues such as migration, the Middle East and Ukraine. It follows a visit to Germany designed to help reset the UK's relations with European Union countries. However, Catherine Barnard, Professor of EU Law at the University of Cambridge, says any improvements to the UK's post-Brexit trading relationship with Brussels will be a challenge.
They will start doing much more cooperation over things like defence and security, which doesn't really touch on EU law. And then the question after that is, if we can get better relationships there, is there anything else that can be done to try and improve what's still very difficult, which is getting goods over the border? There's still a huge amount of paperwork. A lot of small firms have stopped exporting to the EU altogether because it is just too difficult.
The FBI has released new details and photos related to the gunman who shot Donald Trump last month at a campaign rally. The 20-year-old shooter Thomas Crooks looked at a number of targets before attempting to assassinate the former US president, according to a briefing. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
We still don't know why Thomas Crooks aimed a rifle at Donald Trump last month and pulled the trigger. The gunman was shot dead by a Secret Service sniper, but not before he left the former president with an injured ear and killed an attendee at the Pennsylvania rally. The FBI says it now has fresh insight into the planning behind July's shooting. Crooks looked at a number of events or targets before becoming, quote, hyper-focused on the Trump rally. In the month leading up to the attack, Crooks made more than 60 online searches related to both President Joe Biden and Trump himself, plus checked when both parties' conventions were being held. But officials say he had no identifiable political ideology, and his motive remains unknown. Sally Patterson, New York.
More than 50 people have been injured as Typhoon Shanshan makes landfall in Japan. It's thought to be one of the most powerful storms on record and is bringing extreme winds, deluges and storm surges. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. It first hit the coastal city of Kagoshima on Thursday, where it cut power to more than 160,000 people. Fallen trees have blocked many of the roads around the city. In nearby Miyazaki, 22 people were injured after being hit by glass after a window blew out in extreme winds.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It has taken 15 years for Liam and Noel Gallagher of Oasis to take their own advice and don't look back in anger. The biggest band in the 90s is reuniting, announcing plans to host a series of concerts in the UK next year that will almost certainly then lead to a world tour. By some estimates, they stand to make around $750,000 following their decision to bury the hatchet.
There's a cultural significance because they do really kind of reflect a lot of the 90s culture.
John Robb is a music journalist behind the Louder Than War website.
The first inkling, I think, for a lot of people was I did this interview in Noel in early June about the Definitely Maybe reissue album that's actually coming out on Friday. And his attitude to Liam was much more mellow than it'd been for like years and years. Talk about being a great singer, really great front man. And there's a positive warmth that was coming off him. When the interview got released last Thursday, people go, "Oh, that's interesting. This sounds like something is going on," but the machinery was already grinding, and there was a reformation process already happening.
There are no plans for Oasis to make any new music, but when tickets go on sale for those concerts, they are expected to be gone within seconds. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Telegram founder Pavel Durov has been barred from leaving France and placed under formal investigation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's in France for talks with President Emmanuel Macron on issues such as migration in the Middle East and Ukraine. The FBI has released new details related to the gunman who shot Donald Trump last month at a campaign rally. And more than 50 people have been injured as Typhoon Shanshan makes landfall in Japan. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour. What do you say? We have another, I guess, we have back-to-back DA nominees in the trucking industry. This unfolded this past morning. A truck driver arrested after fleeing the scene of one wreck and then getting into another. This was in Harris and Lewis counties in West Virginia. According to WBOY 12, the first accident involved 5 vehicles on U.S. Route 50 on top of Bridgeport Hill, including the tractor-trailer that quickly fled the scene at about 7:30 in the morning. Officers then chased the semi along Interstate 79, off the interstate through Quiet Dell and onto ultimately a dead-end street. Officers then tried to open the door of the truck cab and stop the rig before the driver made it back onto I-79 and continued the chase. The pursuit ended when the driver crashed at exit 99 at about 8:05 a.m. She's just piling on the charges. The female truck driver placed under arrest, taken to a nearby hospital. The extent of injuries unknown. At that point, they didn't have information on charges, but I'm sure the charges list will be quite lengthy. But all this caused backups on Route 50 and I-79 for hours this past morning. See what's going on with Mr. Scarecrow. Happy Friday Eve.
Yeah, right back at you, buddy. Well, Steve Pup there, he left me swinging. When he got to that part about the Steve Summers overnight drive T-shirt there, staring at that police officer, Steve, thoughts of bodaciousness come across my fertile mind, and left me with a smile on my face. But I guess that's a good way to go. His tomatoes there had, my mom being in assisted living there, one of the staffers, she brings some homegrown fruit in there, or veggies in there every once in a while. I swing in to visit, and there'd be tomatoes sitting there on a tray, so I'll grab a couple. And Steve, the first one that I took home, and this was a couple weeks back, I have not seen a tomato that red. I cannot remember ever seeing one that red. I mean, compared to what's in store-bought these days, those are orange compared to... This thing was redder than any ketchup that I have ever seen, Steve. That's how deep red it was. And, man, they taste a whole lot different coming out of the garden than they do sitting on a store shelf for weeks at a time. Now, foreign relations came up a little bit ago. Well, NATO I guess that falls into that category. Trump had kind of explained his philosophy on NATO support and such, and it must have been fairly recently. But regardless, he used Germany as an example about the United States contributing the greatest portion of support to NATO compared to the other countries. Now, this came out as being percentages, I believe. The United States is like 4.something% compared to Germany's 1 point something. Well, then he brought up Germany's financing the pipeline that runs into Russia. And as it is, 75% of Germany's energy comes through that pipeline from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Russia getting the financial gain from that. Well, Germany is supporting Putin's war in the Ukraine, for which we are providing financial support, and who knows how much other support to Ukraine. So the circle goes round and round, and he's right. If they're going to support Russia's war, maybe they should be supporting NATO deeper too. That was just one example that he had given.
Mm-hmm.
And as I say, I don't know when this took place, whether I heard it from Bongino or Megyn Kelly yesterday, but yeah, I can fully appreciate his thoughts on NATO there. This reflects back on this would have been Megyn Kelly's program yesterday, and her guest. During World War II, the Nazis, they had the propaganda ministry. Well, that pretty much correlates with today's media. We don't have reporters anymore. They're propagandists. Aside from the small fringe on the right, the conservative way, so we are fighting against the falsehoods and narratives that that the propaganda section is doling out on a daily basis. Now, the example was very recently that Trump had been on the phone with Netanyahu. Well, yes, he was, and he was being accused of asking them, Israel, to hold off on any negotiations, with a truce or such,
Mm-hmm.
and any chance of releasing the hostages till after the elections, assuming Trump gets in office. It'd make him look better. Well, there was no truth at all to that, but the reporter, I have to use a reporter, she had taken and ran with it, and no, there actually was a phone call, but it had nothing to do with that. And she was proven wrong, that she has not admitted to it. And likewise now RFK Jr. there, he had made a comment. There's a picture out there of him eating something that, the accusation is he was eating a dog.
Okay.
And now he had visited Korea, and from what I might get my facts skewed a little bit here, but he did say that he had eaten goat maybe at that point. Well, either way, that was apparently what this picture is related to. Well, there's a video that he made, and this would have had to have been very recently. It's maybe on YouTube, or I'm sure one could find it. But he's narrating through it. He's in the kitchen, and he's got the skillet going, and he's got steaks diced up, and well, he's cooking for his dogs. He's talking to his dogs on the floor in the background, and talking about this story, these falsehoods that are out there, and he's feeling so bad for his dogs that he wants to show that he's gonna treat them proper and all, and so yeah, he's whipping up some steak on the skillet for his dogs. And so well, we've known this all along. The falsehoods and narratives that get doled out, it spews forth, and there's never any proof, or it's taken at face value, and they run with that. Now, we on the subject of Donald Trump here now, we have been promised, this evening, we have been told, good luck if you want to get into downtown La Crosse anywhere. That every Thursday evening, Riverside Park, they have it's a real cool band shell. And there's music, different area performers and such, so it draws a pretty good crowd. Well, as it is, Trump is going to be at the La Crosse Center at the same period of time this evening, late afternoon and early evening, and they're only about 2 blocks away from each other.
Oh,
so,
boy.
My thoughts have been, well, you know, in real life, I should probably try to get down there and lend my non-expert opinion to Bongino about what my thoughts are on the Secret Service activities and goings on, and my thoughts are they picking up the slack that they dropped out in Pennsylvania and such, but that's just an idea I have. I'm probably not going to follow through on it, given the challenges it's going to be to get down there. But in fact, we're thinking about that. I'd probably be too tired for participating in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Casual Friday program. So, and I just about missed your program tonight, Steve, that I set my alarm last night. I set it for 7:45 a.m. instead of p.m. and it's a good thing. But I woke at 8 o'clock, and actually I wanted to get back to that particular dream, but maybe when I get back here now. So
if it's a good
we'll
dream,
leave it alone for now.
If it's a good dream, you can't get back. Been there, done that. Please, I want to go back. No. It has been. It's been a very humid week in the Corn Belt. From portions of eastern Nebraska, much Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, areas where an incredible amount of corn is grown. This has been the week where they said one of the most humid weeks of the year for the Corn Belt. I did not realize they say mature corn stalks can release 3 to 4 cups of water a day back into the air. That's going to make it extra muggy. An acre of corn can release 4,000 gallons of water per day. Maybe some of the farmers would be aware of that. All that extra water pushes the dew points up. In some places, in some cases, close to dew points near 80. I mean, just oppressive. We call it corn sweat. During the summer, corn crops use a ton of water to not only grow, but to keep cool. The water uses the heat to evaporate itself and release back to the atmosphere as water vapor. This way, the heat will not damage the plant, similar to how we sweat, the humans. Plus, the water's used to help carry nutrients and sugars throughout the corn stalk and the leaves, but I did not realize that. A lot of moisture in that there corn. Back after this.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So I gotta learn a little more about this. And I pulled up from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel from a day before yesterday, where we've had excessive heat warnings, all the way up into that region this week. The heat wave has brought excessive heat warnings, heat advisories, even school cancellation in parts of Wisconsin and the upper Midwest this week. I guess in some of the schools don't have air conditioning, right? This intense heat is largely caused by an upper ridge over the region, an elongated area of relatively high atmospheric pressure that brings hot, humid weather from the southern Gulf to the Midwest. But if you've been scrolling through social media in recent days, you may have seen another stranger term being used to explain why the region has been so hot. And there it is, corn sweat. Corn sweat. No, the over 90 million acres of corn grown in the U.S. each year doesn't actually sweat. However, the crop's natural evaporation process can crank up the humidity in places like Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, where produces the highest quantities and concentrations of the nation's corn. High humidity brings higher heat indices, temperatures in the 90s feeling like 100 or 110. And that's what they felt in and around Wisconsin this week. Corn sweat, the colloquial term for evapotranspiration. Okay, the natural process of water evaporating from plants into the air. It's essentially a plant's way of breathing. When a plant draws in water from the soil through the root system, the water's transported through the plant tissue. It plays the role in metabolic and physiological processes. The leaves then release water vapor into the atmosphere through their stomata. That increases the moisture in the air, increasing the humidity. Milwaukee Sullivan National Weather Service meteorologist Nate Falkham explained during the growing season, an acre of corn sweats off 3,000 to 4,000 gallons of water every day. Top corn-producing states in the Midwest grow thousands or tens of thousands of acres of corn each year. The more water vapor there is in the air, the more humid things will be. Generally, the hotter it's going to feel to the human body. According to NOAA, it feels like 91 degrees if it feels like 91 to the human body. When it's 90 outside, relative humidity is 40%. Meanwhile, it will feel like 113 degrees when it's 90 degrees outside and the relative humidity is 80%. And they've had some of that 80% humidity this week in that region of the country. Very interesting. Hello, Junior. Back to work, are we?
Oh, yeah, we're back to work. I went saw the heart doctor last week and said I had less than 30% blockage or whatever you want to call that, I guess. My whole body, I mean, I think, well, hell, that's probably average what everybody's got. Wouldn't you think so? You got something.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
everybody's got something.
The older we get,
you got some kind of calcium in you.
We all get a little rust in the pipes.
Yeah. Yeah. But, hey, I'm working for R&L now, and we've had really slowed down about a month and a half ago. Freight has really dropped. So I don't know what the deal is, but we're slow. But still got some steady work, but the guys on the casual board, some of them ain't been working. We ain't got enough runs, but it's dropped. I don't know why, but all of our warehouses. I run up to Findlay, Ohio, out of Edinburgh, Indiana, and Findlay, they've dropped big time up there too. So
wow. So Pop was asking about that. So
we had one guy.
So I guess you're kind of confirming what he was saying. It's across the board. Everybody's seeing the same.
Yeah, I think so, because some of our guys are hauling pups down to south, down to Tennessee, and they barely got 7,000 pounds on both trailers. So, it's just a hit and miss every day what we got on.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to work in the warehouse. I got back on my run and 2 or 3 hours a day, and they put a stop to it because we ain't got enough freight for everybody to work. So that's what we thinking. What's going to happen when winter gets here? Might be worse, but I don't know. What are you going to do? Just stick it out.
I mean, traditionally, aren't we supposed to be rolling into what they call the peak season? I don't know. Does it kick in September? I know October is supposed to be, all the Christmas merchandise and everything hitting the shelves and all that. It's not normal to be slow at this point in time, right?
Well, we don't haul nothing like that, really. All of ours is chemicals or big industrial stuff, or most of it's all big boxes or heavy stuff.
Okay.
Auto parts.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen nothing for, like Christmas trees or Christmas presents or, I've never seen nothing like that yet over here.
Okay.
I mean, we do haul some TVs. We just started doing that, but I mean, they haul anything they can get their hands on. I'll put it that way.
Sure.
Some of the stuff I see, I can't believe they're hauling it. But yeah, I guess that's all. I don't know if that's all UPS and FedEx that does all that. I don't know. I'm not sure who does all that, but we definitely don't. So, but hopefully it'll get better. Figure out which president we're going to get.
Yep.
That's all we can do. So, I don't know. But I've been over here a year and a half now. I really love it over here. So,
good.
Better working at Kroger.
Kroger
was totally different.
Well, I appreciate the update, Junior. I'm glad. I mean, so 30%. That's a little bit. Could be a whole lot worse. So, and they're not going to mess with anything like a 30% blockage. They'll monitor things. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
On Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. The CEO of social media company Telegram is being charged in France for allowing criminal activity on the messaging app. Pavel Durov faces prosecution over alleged failure to suppress the spread of sexual images of children. The Russian-born billionaire has French citizenship and was granted release on condition that he report to a police station twice a week and remain in France. The charges against him include a litany of other alleged violations on the app. In Sudan, floods continue to devastate 11 states and destroy hundreds of thousands of houses and civilian infrastructure, compounding a humanitarian crisis in the country, which has the world's largest scale of displacement due to the fighting between security units. Naba Mohieddin reports from Port Sudan.
The death toll has risen to 138 and hundreds of people are still missing in northern and eastern Sudan. Torrential rains continue to hit the majority of Sudanese states, with Kassala, Retsi and northern state recording the highest figures of casualties. Sudan's meteorological authority states this rainy season is the heaviest in 100 years, a devastating crisis to millions of vulnerable people across the country. A crucial dam has collapsed in eastern Sudan on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring hundreds more. Other 3 dams in eastern Sudan are under threat of a collapse. The number of people displaced by the floods exceeded 300,000 people, a serious challenge to those affected by 16 months of conflict in Sudan.
Typhoon Shanshan is pounding West Japan with strong winds, storm surges and deluges. The storm is moving slowly at just 15 kilometers per hour or 9 miles per hour, prolonging the effects for residents of Western Japan and heightening the chance of disasters such as flooding and landslides. 250,000 people are without power on the main western island of Kyushu, and transport, including planes and bullet trains, has been severely disrupted. Student suicides in India have doubled in the past decade, according to a new report by an education think tank. The document, based on data from the National Crime and Records Bureau, calls the problem an epidemic sweeping India. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
The report by the IC3 Institute says suicide rates in India have now surpassed population growth rates. The problem is particularly acute among students. While overall suicide rates in India increased by 2%, the number among students stood at 4% in the past decade. Data suggests some 13,000 suicide cases were reported in the last year, but IC3 researchers argue the real number could be much higher, as many cases go unreported due to stigma associated with mental illness and suicides in general. The report blames an over-competitive environment at schools and colleges for the worrying trend. It recommends educational institutions set up robust counseling infrastructure to tackle the problem in the long run.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply.
Good morning to Hoot Hoo. Checking in via the email, Steve at HotShotSecret.com. So, Steve, those corn facts are fascinating, but I can't remember them all. Where can I read these? Well, Hoot, all I did was I saw that term corn sweat, and I did a quick Google search, corn sweat. Bunch of different stories, and the one I found was actually from 2 days ago from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel there. Yes, pup, you're probably familiar with that stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, I appreciate that guy from R&L calling in because I don't know anybody that works for them either. But, yeah, Steve, if you notice, if you guys are driving through the country and what have you, when the corn gets planted and everything, you always want moisture and stuff. And the taller they grow and everything, you know how they say knee-high by the 4th of July?
Right.
On corn?
Mm-hmm.
But if it gets real hot before the tassels come out or the silk comes out on the corn, they will shrivel their leaves into a tube, and they will not release the moisture and stuff. And God was really thinking when he made corn. But like right now, while it's releasing the moisture, the bottom of the stalks are starting to get brown. And the last thing to lose its moisture on corn is the kernels. And it's one of the few plants that doesn't suck back in the moisture from like extreme heat and stuff.
Really? So if you got some good, plump,
but
juicy corn, that moisture in there is not going to start sucking it back up.
No, not when it's young. Once the ears get developed and everything, and not unless it is just extremely hot for an extremely long a time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys ever notice, like July 30th or something, and the tassels are coming out and the corn's just silken, they'll roll those leaves up to keep the moisture from gumming out. But once the ear gets fully developed, then the leaves stay open and lets the moisture go out. And when you take corn off in the fall, you want it around, well, it depends if you're putting it in silage or what have you. But like field corn, you want it right around the 14-15% range. Stuff, but that story is very true.
How about that?
And it depends on how hot it is too. But the plant actually protects the ear of corn on the stalks.
So I'm guessing that's why
that's
certain times of year when you're driving out through the country like in the early morning, and you'll have that incredible fog that's hovering over the fields. That's all the moisture coming out of the corn, then, right?
Yeah, especially like right now. Becky and I talk, Eskimo Mom, we talk about this all the time and stuff, but as soon as the sun starts coming up and you can start feeling the warmth off of it,
yeah,
then you see that dew and everything starting to raise up off of everything, and that's what gives you the haziness in that area. Stuff.
I'll be darned.
Nope, that's the honest to God's truth, what that story said about corn sweat and stuff. So.
Well, you learn something new every day, and I guess the farmers are all probably very well aware of that, but I mean, for us city folks like me.
Yeah, but right now, we could have used that rain that came through, and there's just a little bit more growing and everything. To help the kernel size and also to keep the beans. We need the beans just a little bit thicker. So
okay.
But yeah, moisture has a lot to do with it. So, but yep, that was a true story, Steve. So
very good. Well,
I didn't mean to bother you.
No,
let somebody else in.
Thank you very much. Fascinating stuff. All right, Pup. Have a good morning. All right, we're just, we're days away, counting down to the return of football. Actually had a handful of games last evening. I got some football action today. Tennessee from the WATE out of Knoxville. I guess University of Tennessee in Chattanooga will be taken to the field in front of a sold-out crowd at Neyland Stadium Saturday as they prepare for months ahead of the season. As they've been preparing, so has law enforcement, they say. We want everybody to follow our clear bag policy. Now, they're asking you to hydrate with water. All right, for all those tailgating college games, I ain't going to buy that. Lock your vehicle before you leave. Be aware of your surroundings. And just overall, if something looks suspicious, please let us know, according to the University of Tennessee Police Chief Sean Patterson. Knoxville Police is assisting University of Tennessee Police on game days. We encourage people to be patient, getting people to and from the stadium safely and hopefully quickly, or at least in a timely manner. One graduate student said she's concerned about the weather and the parking. It looks like we're going to be pretty hot Saturday. So especially with the 12:45 game, it's going to be pretty tough. Parking. I didn't go here for undergrad, so I don't know places to park. Chief Patterson says they do have a plan for inclement weather or severe heat. We have a robust shelter-in-place policies where we're consistently monitoring the weather at the Emergency Ops Center or our stadium command post. The weather and the heat, either of which can cause emergencies. We'll make adjustments. The biggest concern, though, is the crowd. It's going to be super hectic. One student says, I feel like hopefully the university does a good job of keeping everybody safe just days before kickoff. Evans said his best piece of advice is to have a plan. Plan where you're going to park. Don't just show up and think, hey, I need to find a place to park. The best is, as far as advice, plan your arrival, plan your exit from the stadium. I guess that'll be the case at stadiums all over the country. It's that time again. Yeah, some of these early first football games of the season, it's going to be hot. Heat will play a role in really wearing down some of the players out on the field during these hot midday and early afternoon games. Yes, Gilligan.
Steve, thanks for having me back. Hey, I'm surprised Pup did not bring this up. Anybody's been out in the cornfields like I have, and he has, like in Iowa, Illinois, and such at night. Mainly Iowa was me when I ran for TMC years ago. On a hot summer night, that corn will be popping as it's growing. It's amazing how corn pops in the middle of the night from the heat. It's interesting to hear.
Wasn't that like an old wives' tale where they? Wasn't that an old wives' tale where they said that you on a hot summer night you can hear the corn grow?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you're out there in the middle of nowhere, stop your car. There's parts of Iowa is just amazing. There won't be a car for an hour, especially at night.
Yeah, right.
Roll the windows down, you can hear it. You can actually hear it growing. That's not an old wives' tale.
Okay.
You brought up the unappreciated gains. I can't remember the exact wording you used on investments, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's something I'm surprised somebody has not brought up yet. You don't hear anything about the losses, because let's face it, we all know that the stock market is an up and down thing, and you gotta claim the unappreciated gains on their stocks and bonds and such. But what about when you lose money? Do you get to take that off of it also? I doubt it very seriously. You can bet the Democrats they want you to pay more in taxes, but when you're losing money, they sure don't want you to. Let's face it, they've been trying for years to take people's 401ks from them. You remember Obama proposed taking 401ks and putting into the Social Security fund. Pump was asking about about other companies and how our freight is going. I'm surprised he didn't mention Averitt, because most of you all know I drive for Averitt. Ours has been down some too. I run an empty trailer all the way to Abington, Virginia tonight. I've got 23,000 pounds coming back, but we run a lot of lighter freight. We're kind of like R&L, though. We don't haul a lot of retail freight. I mean, I've seen DVDs and TVs, some, very little. Fireworks around 4th of July and stuff like that, but not much of our freight is actually retail. So, yeah, but our freight's down too, and it's kind of concerning because usually we're pretty busy this time of year.
Mm.
Well, Steve, I have got the answer for you when you go on vacation.
Oh, I bet.
Figured out this.
I bet this will be good. Yes.
Great idea. All right, we'll have horse feathers. Horse feathers on the cruise, so that ain't going to work. We're gonna have Charlie and Right Wing Nut do a GMA and BS Enterprises infomercial. What do you think?
5 hours.
Don't that sound like a
5
winner?
hours a night for
Yep,
like 12 nights.
Yeah, and it's an infomercial from GMA and BS Enterprises, starring the Right Wing Nut and the Charlie Ferguson impersonator. I think it's a real winner, Steve. What do you think?
You could possibly set me up for the greatest welcome back return of any host in history. I say I'm so glad you're back. Hey, you brought up the we touched on Kamala's tax proposals last week, and some were trying to say, well, no, she's not talking about unrealized gains. It has been confirmed. Kamala Harris' proposal to tax unrealized capital gains is a part of the plan. It may be unconstitutional, unworkable, and actually economically destructive, according to the tax experts. We reported her tax proposal would increase taxes by $5 trillion over 10 years. Turns out Kamala is the communist everyone thought she was. When you promise price controls on food, you end up with bread lines at the grocery store. When you add $1.7 trillion more spending, inflation goes back up, according to the president of Club for Growth Action. Bidenomics failed badly. Life will be even worse under communism. Trump's plan will bring back prosperity for all Americans. The choice is clear. There's no exact estimate on the economic cost of Harris's tax proposals. She mirrors many of the proposals from Joe Biden's 2025 budget proposal. The Tax Foundation found that Biden's budget proposal, which is similar to Kamala's economic proposal, would, firstly, reduce gross domestic product, or GDP, by 1.6%, reduce wages by 1.1%, reduce full-time equivalent jobs by 666,000. The trillions of dollars in proposed taxes would include a 25% minimum tax on unrealized capital gains for those making more than $100 million. Gains are only realized when an investor sells an investment for more than its initial price. Americans for Tax Reform cited a poll showing 76% of independents oppose taxes on unrealized gains. Although Harris may be using populist proposals during her tight election against Trump to boost her chances of winning, economic and tax experts believe they may have severe problems. the director of tax policy studies at the Cato Institute, said that the Senate will, regardless of who's in control, have a relatively narrow margin, and an attack like this is both administratively costly, if not unworkable, and constitutionally suspect. He also described it as economically destructive. Now, he said the Harris proposal of tax on capital gains does not serve as any one component of the 11 measures that federal agencies use to define income. The Cato's Chris Edwards also wrote that unrealized gains have been excluded from income since income tax was first instituted in 1913. Now, he said leftist tax scholars have long sought to change the definition to one's annual change in net worth. Now, the Cato tax policy director also found that taxing unrealized capital gains may give tax authorities some pretty significant headaches. One of the challenges in appropriately accounting for losses when the value of asset declines. If paper gains are taxed, paper losses require a rebate for prepaid taxes. Now, in 2022, when Elon Musk's net worth declined by $182 billion, the government would have owed him a $45 billion check. In effect, paying him back some of the taxes that he paid in previous years on gains that were only fleeting. The wealthiest Americans' large checks, when the economy falters, would create big-time budgetary issues, not to mention difficult political perceptions.
Now tied, the lights are in a fight to the end. McDonald took a very little margin and supersized it in minis. And Ader finds another gear and another crown in Wellington. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2024 NTPA Grand National Circuit, presented by Case IH, is down to 3 regular season events after the Lorain County Fair's Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, Ohio, more than lived up to its moniker. In light superstock, Rex Kuhn doubled down on his ring-winning performance from Bowling Green with a 2.5-foot cushion aboard Letterbuck over Scott Whitworth's Binbuster. Whitworth's son and teammate Colton and his Yield Express arrived in Loco with a 3-point lead, but surrendered it to Terry Blackburn's defending champion, Considered Armed and Dangerous. The pair will travel to Canton, Ohio next weekend, tied at 276 points. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Carlton Cope and his V8 Perkins-powered Warpath Massey Ferguson took the test hook on a reset sled to an unsurpassed 362-3. In a substitute effort, Brandon Simon piloted Brent Meyer's class-leading injected funds to 4th to grow the margin over the Mack Trailer Team's Mack Daddy to 7. In Modified Mini, Brian McDonald made major strides toward his first GN championship with very little sanity. Drawing second to last hook in the class of 26, McDonald executed a conservative setup and landed in 4th place, while the red-hot Ken Vini, having swept Buckeye State events in Fort Recovery and Bowling Green over the last 3 weekends, struggled to 17th with Fun Little Farmall. McDonald's lead is now 12.5 points with 1 hook remaining in Wauseon, Ohio. Winning the class was Kevin Campbell's wild card, with wife Lindsay short-fused coming 6th, providing a preview of that prolific category's possible next super team. And in Unlimited, what a difference 6 days made for Joe Ader. Forced to the sidelines by a fractured gearbox for last Saturday night's finale in Poletown, Ader's 4-engine E-Max removed all doubt about the result of this year's race with a 338-foot mid-class pass for a title-clinching lead. Later, Adam Bowers cross-threaded, Ader's closest rival, bulldozed on by to 350 feet, but couldn't make up the margin, which terminated at 3.5 points. Let's also recognize our 13 2024 champions of the 5-event $30,000 Hot Shot Secret Challenge, whose races came to an end in the Bowling Green Winner's Circle last week. In Light Superstock, the challenge champion was Colton Whitworth with Yield Express. In Superstock Diesel, the champion was Colin Ross with Triple Bypass. In Superstock Open, the champion was Zane Daly with Rutten Deer 2. In Super Farm, the Hot Shot Secret Challenge champion was Ryan Anderson with Checkin' Out. In Pro Stock, the champion was Brent Meyer with Injected Funds. In Two-Wheel Drive, the champion was Jesse Petro with Buckeye Hauler. In 4-Wheel Drive, the champion was Mark Mangan with The Outlaw. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the challenge champion was Craig Nicky with Cummins Killer 3. In Super Semi, the champion was RJ Simon with Drivers Wanted. In Modified Mini, the champion was Brian McDonald with Very Little Sanity. In Light Modified, the challenge champion was RJ Simon with Simon Says. In Modified, the champion was Bill Leichner with Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, the Hot Shot Secret Challenge champion was Ricky Rhodes with Giddy Up. Our thanks to Hot Shot Secret, presenting sponsor of this very broadcast, for their continued commitment to NTPA championship pulling. This week, it's GN polling at opposite ends of Ohio. In Canton, it's the Charlie Swartz Memorial Poll at the Stark County Fair on Friday and Saturday, August 30th and 31st. Attend in person or watch fullpoll.live as the Light Supers and CM Pulling Tires two-wheel drives reach the end of their championship lines. Meanwhile, on Friday in Wauseon, it's the M.E. Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown, which will finish off the four-wheel drives and modified minis. Plus, enjoy regional action in both those polls, as well as Findlay, Ohio in Region 2, and Ridgeland, Wisconsin in Terramax Region 3, both on Sunday, September 1st. Visit ntpapull.com for all the facts, pre and post. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, final tidbit to throw your way this Thursday from our friends at OOIDA. In addition to a slew of regulations for truck drivers, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration also releases dozens of guidance documents aimed at clarifying their rules. Guidance is not legally binding because it doesn't go through the rulemaking process, but it can play a big role in how law enforcement and others interpret a regulation. Yeah, the comment period is winding down. You've got till September the 12th. You have the opportunity to let the FMCSA know if there's any guidance documents that you feel like need to be revised or possibly removed. They will be reviewing their existing guidance documents to evaluate their continued necessity and determining whether they should be updated or should we just throw them out, eliminate them. That was from their notice of proposed rulemaking in the Federal Register on August 13. So right now, the public is invited to identify and provide input on existing guidance documents that might be a good candidate for either revisions or rescissions, as they say. Now, as of August 27th, there hasn't been a lot of feedback. There's only been 5 comments filed to the regulations.gov website. So, okay, not a whole lot of interest. If you would like to comment again, the comment period through September the 12th, it would be regulations.gov. You have to enter the docket number, which is FMCSA-2024-0208. That's how you can comment. And when we come back at the midnight hour, Eastern Time tonight, we will be rolling into a casual Friday and, yes, ready to kick off the Labor Day weekend. Hope you'll join us right here.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.